Emily. Okay, friends, just carrying those words in our hearts and in our minds and holding that blessing close, let us move into the work of this morning. We're going to start with some reports, and I'm going to ask Daryl Rainey if he will assume the chair so that I can give you a brief report from the executive chair.
Tricia, do you have a report for us?
I do, surprisingly.
Excellent.
Excellent. So friends, you will have seen that I've written a report in the docket, and that has a more fulsome accounting of the things that the executive has done this year. But I'm just going to highlight two things. So I'm not going to go through that right now. That's not my plan. So what I'm going to do right now is just give you two highlights of some things that have happened recently that I think are important for you to know that the executive has done. The first piece is that the executive has sent a letter on to the provincial government speaking to the leadership of our province to consider implementing a ban against conversion therapy to happen in Saskatchewan. So that letter has been sent. A copy of it is on the website. We have heard nothing back from our provincial leadership. I haven't even received an word saying that they have seen the letter. So we're still hoping that they hear what we're asking them to do. But we do encourage you to have discussions within your own communities of faith around whether or not you are able to put your names forward to support a ban on conversion therapy here in our province. Those of us who are in Saskatoon and Regina know that these are conversations that have happened and are happening. And it's important for us as a United Church to stand alongside our 2S LGBTQ plus communities of members. So that work is being done right now. The second piece that is done is a follow-up to our annual meeting last year. Last October, we as a group or as a body voted to discontinue the assessment from the region that had happened, at our inaugural meeting, was put in place to cover 2020 and 2021 in order to make sure that there was additional monies for some work with the community ministries. We voted to discontinue that at our last meeting. And there was a proposal that came forward at the end of that discussion that was put to the executive to have conversation about. And that was around the creation of a universal community ministries fund where congregations or individuals could donate directly to that fund. And that monies would then be distributed to the community ministries within the region in an equitable format. So the executive had a conversation about this, and the executive approved the creation of this fund. And Heather Dutoff and I decided, we had some conversation and presented to the executive the recommendation that all monies that were donated into that fund, which you cannot specify which community ministry, it is just a general fund for our community ministries. Those monies would then be once a year put into the grants that are given to our community ministries. And so the grants committee would be responsible for the distribution of those monies across the board. It cuts down on the amount of paperwork for all of us, but it also makes sure that those ministries that are needing the monies get it in a way that is equitable across the board. So a letter has been put on the website and was sent out, or will be sent out in the Rambler, so that you can see what the process is for that community ministries fund. And we hopefully will have people donating. The idea was that if you had budgeted some monies for the regional assessment into your 2021 budget and are still wanting to distribute that monies, this is a way to do that, so that we can continue our support of the ministries. And this would be money that would go directly to the ministries to use however they needed to. So those are two pieces I just wanted to highlight for you. There's some more information coming around community ministries work that's happening, and there's lots of exciting stuff going on there. But you'll see Julie has linked to the both letters in the chat for you to take a look at if you haven't seen them already. And we invite you to share that information as much as you can. So that substitute chair Daryl is my report.
Tricia, would you like to move your report?
I sure do.
And I need to, is there a seconder?
I see Lorna. Nope.
No, it wasn't wrong. Is there a seconder for Tricia's report? I can't see. Tech team, do you see a hand up?
There's hands up.
Lorna King has a hand up.
Lorna King, thank you. Is there any questions for Tricia about her report and the docket or what she just said online? And I'll count on the tech team to look for hands up and tell me who that is.
Deb Anderson Pratt, did you have a question?
No, I pressed that accidentally.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks. Carolyn McBain?
Same thing. I thought we were voting.
Oh, okay. No, we're not voting. If your hand is up for voting, you can take it down.
Doug
Harrelson. Sorry, I'm doing your job, Daryl.
Yep. Doug, did you have a question?
Yeah, Trish, what impact does this have on our regional assessment if our community of faith contributes to this fund?
That is an excellent question, Doug, that I'm still needing to work out. I have to email Eric Matheson and find out now that we have this set up. I will get back to you on that one, Doug.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions then? Put up your hand, please. Elson Sawyer? Nope, put her hand down. Okay. You guys are just testing me. Deb Anderson Pratt, do you have a question?
Yeah, I actually do. How does this community or this affect First Nations Indigenous ministries? Do we qualify for it?
I would assume so. I'm going to look to Shannon for a little bit of guidance on that, but I would assume that if you put in a grant request from the region, that you would be available to that. Okay. Shannon?
No, actually.
Oh, sorry, Shannon.
No, it's okay. It's just, we're still learning this piece. All money for Indigenous ministries is self-governed. So it goes through the Indigenous Ministries and Justice funding system. And so when they don't want us to triangulate their funding decisions and their priorities around how funding happens across the country in their big picture. So the mission and service money for Indigenous ministries goes through Indigenous Ministries and Justice. So they would apply for funding through Indigenous Ministries and Justice, not through our mission service funding or mission support funding system. It's non-Indigenous outreach and ministries that can apply for ours. So it is a bit different for the ministry that Deb.
Okay.
I just gotta say how frustrating this whole situation with the non-Indigenous and Indigenous ministries and the separation it's been going through. It's heavy on my heart that we are so separated. We are a united church. When are we going to be united again? Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Sundo, you have a question?
Yes. Just a short comment about the sending a letter to government. And I wonder if we can do something more, not just sending a letter and waiting for the response. We have another proposal advocating the spiritual care. So just comment. I like to see more creative and effective way of advocating for any cause we think is the right. Just comment.
Thank you, Sundo. Tricia did tell me she was going to tie herself to the railing at the legislative building until something changed, but we'll
It'd be a nice break.
Sorry?
It'd be a nice break.
Anyways, I think that's all our questions.
Nope, Julie has her hand up.
Oh, Julie? Oh, there she is.
Thanks. Just to add to what Sundo said, there is going to be an invitation for communities of faith to also be sending their own letters, Sundo. So thanks for bringing that up. The problem has been capacity in terms of getting that done, which is part of the reason I'm so excited about the Justice Committee proposal. But that will be coming. And I believe actually Friday afternoon, we might have received an acknowledgement from one of the ministers. I just haven't had a chance to look at it yet with this meeting coming up. So I will let you know, but it's a point very well taken, Sundo. And I certainly share some of those, the frustration and the desire to do more. Thank you.
Thanks,
a couple more questions. We have Ruth Oliver. Ruth, you need to unmute yourself. Oh, there you are. No, you're not unmuted, Ruth.
There, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
3 buttons and none of them seem to be effective. I just wanted to let you know that our community of faith led by our council has already sent in some letters to the people as requested. They were sent in yesterday, so we haven't gotten a reply.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thanks, Ruth.
Bev Diddick.
There was a response to Deb Pratt's question that came just flashed. I wonder if you could respond verbally to what that response was. Are
you referring to the response that Heather Judoff wrote in response to Deb's question?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, every time we sell property in Living Skies Regional Council, we ask congregations to give 10% of what they receive. But then once they sell over a certain amount, or if they're closing, a certain percentage goes to the Indigenous church. And again, we're following the calls to the church and the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, which speak to the need for Indigenous leadership to make decisions over the money that supports Indigenous projects and Indigenous ministries. So that's why there are 2 systems right now, but the Indigenous church has asked for those 2 systems. And so that's what we're honoring. So any money that comes in through the property sales and so on goes to Indigenous Ministries and Justice, and then they make decisions about their priorities and how that money is spent for the ministries that they have that are part of them. They're also Indigenous Ministries and Justice is looking at setting up an Indigenous Regional Council as part of their structure, so that some of the duties that a regional council would have would also be done through the Indigenous Ministries and Justice work. And so that's an ongoing piece, and the Elders Council, the Indigenous Ministries Council are working on all of those pieces.
Thank you, Shannon. We have Deb Anderson. I think then we'll have to call it as per time, but Deb, your question or comment?
Yeah, just in response to that, Shannon, when I think it was the Lions Church in Regina here, one of the churches in Regina, Mount Olive, one of the churches closed down back in 2000, I think it was 15 or 14, they allotted Aboriginal ministries in Saskatchewan here, just the churches in Saskatchewan here, 100,000 to be divided between the
money's
6
still
communities,
there.
and I have yet to see that or get any response from anybody on that.
That money is still there. The Indigenous Church, that I know you've been in conversation with them about setting up the bank account, having the board structure and so on. And so all of those pieces are necessary, but we can have a conversation about that again at another time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. So now we're going to vote to receive.
We don't have to.
We don't have to? Oh, good.
No, I've heard from on high that we don't need to do that. So there we go.
Good, thanks. I'm done.
Jamie is the fount of all knowledge. Thanks, Daryl, for taking over the chair. Thank you, friends, for hearing my report and for engaging in conversation around those two pieces. I appreciate it. At this point, I'm going to invite our Executive Minister, Shannon McCarthy, to offer a report.
Thanks, Tricia.
No problem.
We made a motion in the enabling motions to approve all the reports.
That's right. Yeah, I was there.
Everybody read the enabling motions really closely. That's
apparently even the chair.
We love those. So it's good to see everyone. I do look forward to the day when I can travel back to Saskatchewan again safely and see people in person. Not just you guys, but the football people too, but that's a whole other story. But I want to thank particularly the executive for their work over the last year. It's not been easy. We've been having a lot of hard conversations like all of you have on Zoom. Ones we would much prefer to have face-to-face where we can have those conversations, and Zoom is exhausting in a whole different way. And I know you are all aware of that as we sit here on Zoom for 5 hours today. But I want to thank Tricia and the whole executive for their faithful work during this time and their thoughtful and consideration for all the pieces of work that have come before them, some of the big pieces and some of the small kind of administrative things. And so I want to thank them. We have a lot of committees and a lot of volunteers that do a lot of amazing work in our regional council, and thank you to all of them. I do want to particularly thank the one that I think has the hardest job in our regional council, and I think across the church, and that's nominations. So I want to thank Susan Reed and her whole committee. I'm blanking. I know Yvonne Terry's on there, and I'm blanking on the other name, so someone will help me and put them in the chat. The work of nominations is extremely difficult right now. And Jeanette Warrion, there we go. Thank you, Julie. We knew that this would happen in the transition, that some of our faithful presbytery volunteers would say, oh, good, my work here is done, and go off into the sunset. Well, we need them to come back out of the sunset, come out of the sunrise, and step forward and offer your gifts in a variety of ways. We have lots of different kinds of committees. We need to put together a justice committee. We're still trying to put together a committee to do the work of becoming an affirming regional council. There's all kinds of things that we need people to step up and offer their gifts and skills for. And so I'm asking you, I'm begging on behalf of nominations, if you feel like you have something to offer, or even if you're not sure, but you want to have that conversation, please be in touch with Susan Reed. Send an email to any staff person that you know, and they will get it to Susan so that the work of nominations in our regional council can get people who want to do this work onto our committees and commissions, and we can do that work. So thanks for that. There you go, Susan. And of all the group, I see their work daily. I see how caring they are, how late they stay up sometimes, and your staff are doing an incredible job in this time. And so I particularly want to thank the Living Skies staff, Julie and Tracy and Heather and Bev and Jamie and Madeline and Kent. I think I got them all, for all of the work that they've done to reach out to help people in new ways, in different ways during COVID. And I hope that's appreciated. It's appreciated by me, and I see how much work they do. And so I want to thank them on your behalf. And other than that, I think the only other piece, everything else is in my report in the docket. I do want to say that the General Counsel has responded. I know people were wanting to see a response to finding the unmarked graves in Kamloops. And so the moderator and Murray Pruden, the Executive Minister of Indigenous Ministries and Justice, released that yesterday. And there's a fine balance there. We didn't want to be reactive as far as justifying what we've done. We wanted to honor the call for mourning. And so that wasn't released right away. And but there's a lot of information, a lot of links in that, as well as the document that we put on the website earlier this week. And so there are a lot of resources for people if you're getting questions about the unmarked graves in Saskatchewan, what is the work the United Church has done around our archives and all of that. So that's available. Shannon. No, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Cam Fraser's placed the link to the response in the chat for folks if they want to take a look at that.
And that's my report, Chair.
Thanks, Executive Minister. We appreciate all you've done in the last year. It's not been easy. It's navigating this change over the last 3 years has been hard enough, but throwing in a pandemic and the lack of the ability to be together in person, it's been a tough little while. So, and as Nora says, we love you.
Thanks.
Friends, we're going to direct our attention. Oh, do you want questions, Shannon?
Sure, if people have questions, if we have
I'm aware of time. We had agreed to do a GC update at 10:10. If Alan Hall is acceptable to delay that for a couple more minutes so that Heather can do her thing, that would be great. Alan, how do you feel about that? You were there and now you've gone.
Well, I don't know if I have to give Shannon more time, but
I
sure,
know.
I'll do that. I'll do that today.
Thanks, Alan, for your grace. Any questions for Shannon? And after all that, nobody wants to talk to you, Shannon.
Well, I see
one in the chat.
Oh, in the chat.
I think, yes, the rural church is struggling. I don't think that COVID caused it, but it's certainly exacerbating it for a lot of our small rural churches. I know the Property Commission is busy with a lot of churches closing. I think the General Counsel is very aware of this. The senior leaders were just talking about this not very long ago around rural ministry, the strategies around it. How do we keep doing the important work in communities, but also recognizing that the rural context of Canada is changing. We are becoming more urban. And so that affects our communities as well. And so we're not isolated in that. I was just talking to a couple who were really sad about their church closing. The curling rink closed before the church. And I told them that was a win right there. And in all seriousness, it is an issue, and we want to make sure that our congregations are supported in their lay leadership. And we are working on, I think Alan can speak to that, how we can support lay leaders in our congregations where we don't have ministry personnel.
Shannon, there's another question about St. Andrew's College.
Yes, I am aware of the situation at St. Andrew's College. St. Andrew's College is an incorporated body that is separate from the regional council. And so we as a regional council don't have input. I'm on the board as an corresponding member, but that we don't have a say in their day-to-day operations, just like they don't have a say in the day-to-day operations of the regional council. I know that general council is aware as well, and the executive has made some decisions recently to work with that. And so John Young is on the board from the general council.
There's a question from Beth Johnston who asks who approves their programs so grads can get ordained.
Yeah, that's not our, that's the AST, the Association of Theological Schools, ATS, sorry.
ATS. Okay, friends, I'm going to close questioning now. If you have other questions for Shannon, I invite you to send her an email. I'm going to invite Alan to do his report. We're going to move Heather just so that we can give her a good time to have conversation around the finances to a little bit later, if that's acceptable to everybody. So I'll invite Alan to give his report to from General Counsel.
Thanks, Tricia.
You're welcome.
It's good to be with you. It's been a few years since I was at a Saskatchewan conference meeting, but this is my first Living Sky. So good to be in your midst and spending this time with you here in Toronto. We're anticipating a balmy 30 degrees with about 230-degree humidex reading associated with it. When I stepped out of the house this morning, it was like stepping into a sauna. Thank you, folks, for the both the invitation, the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you for the many references to the Kamloops Indian Residential School and the findings of the unmarked graves there. I think we're all wrestling with the with this news, the shock of it, just how incomprehensible it is. And I'm mindful that as these stories unfold, there have been two critical points that have just sort of pierced my white European-centric cultural understanding or sensitivity to the issues. And one was at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Edmonton when this frail elderly man spoke into the microphone about being a 6-year-old boy coming back from the trap line with his father and grandfather and arriving in their village, and a man in a uniform was there, a white man, and his father told him to go with the good white man, that he would be going to school and learning great things. And that night, having arrived at the residential school, he was greeted with beatings until he was bleeding and assault. And he did not know what had happened from the morning until the night. And that was one of those critical moments that just got to me the magnitude of what we have been a part of and what we need to address. And I think for many of us in Canada, the news this past week of the graves is another one of those moments. We have much to reflect on, much to explore in terms of our own history, and much to do in building reconciliation, or as some would say, conciliation, because we have not been reconciled. The General Secretary has, or is in the midst of convening a table of current staff, as well as some former staff, some you'll know, Jamie Scott and Cecile Fossick, to help develop a response and a plan, as well as convening a table of ecumenical partners, churches who we were a part of the settlement agreement with, to consider our joint response. So please pay attention for news of both of those endeavors. And as Shannon has referenced, do check out the United Church website and the resources that were posted yesterday, and the prayers and some of the responses. They are thoughtful, they are ponderous, and they are important. I mentioned Michael Blair. It's no news. He is the new General Secretary, succeeding Nora Sanders. He's been in office since the 1st of November. I'd say since the 1st of November, he has had an opportunity to engage in everything that he expected that he would be engaging, and 3 times more than he ever expected he'd be engaging. So your prayers for Michael and your gestures of appreciation and encouragement are important to him. He'll have an opportunity later in the meeting with a recorded message to bring greetings to you, but please do hold him in prayer. GC44, I think there have been a few conversations or news shared throughout your regional council about GC44 and commissioners. Just to note as a reminder that it will be a virtual general council. It was scheduled to be in Calgary this summer. That was postponed a year ago to 2022, and then the General Council 43 made the decision this winter to go forward with a 2022 meeting, but to do so virtually. Some folks have questioned the wisdom of that decision because won't we be over all of this by next July? Let's hope we are. We don't know that we will be. Many of the major financial commitments for booking space and excuse me, resources needed to be made by this September, and the General Council simply was not confident that we could make those decisions at this point. So going forward, a virtual council will be done quite differently, rather than all of us sitting at our computers for 14 hours a day for 10 days. We will gather in 3 sessions, one in the winter. That will be a listening session, one in the spring that will be a discussion session, and one in the summer that will be a decision-making session and election of moderator. So all of those details will be unfolding in the next few months. Another major initiative that you've perhaps been a part of is the development of a strategic plan for the General Council. The original work plan for that stretched a decade or so. No, it was a typical United Church, no timelines attached to it. With Michael's move to the General Secretary role, he recognized, as he said, that we don't have that long of a ramp to set some of these priorities and identify some of these guiding values. So he's truncated the process, and the intention is that the input from the town halls that have been happening this winter and spring, plus the multiple other consultations, will come to the executive of the General Council this fall and to the General Council in 2022. If you haven't had an opportunity to have any input, I'm told by Jennifer Henry, who's the staff person leading the work and coordinating it, that if you would like to respond to the question, what does the church need to do today to be vibrant, faithful, and relevant in 10 years, she welcomes hearing from you at planning, PLANNING, at united-church.ca over the next week to 10 days. Shannon, thank you for the reference to the work that research that's being done in regards to smaller rural churches and marginalized congregations in our denomination. There is a basket of proposals to the last General Council calling on tweaks and fixes and actions here and there to particular parts of our polity and our practices that would better support rural churches who do not have access to ministry personnel services, leadership, or support now. John Young and I were tasked by the General Secretary to work with a task group to look at these matters and issues. And we've been engaged in close to 2 years of work now, 18 months of consultations, and are just in the midst now of drafting a report to the executive of the General Council with a host of recommendations for the executive and for the General Council. And I'll say that some of them are little quick fix tweaks, adjusting this policy or doing this with supervisory responsibilities for congregational designated ministers. And others are larger and longer term changes in polity and context of preparation for ministry and the actual exercise of ministry. So please be looking forward to that report, and your responses to it will be welcome. You'll recall that at the last General Council, we entered into a full community relationship with the Christian Church, Disciples of Christ. And that is exciting. We're grateful for that new relationship. I have been chairing a working group that has been working in consultation with the Christian Church on details of a mutual recognition of ministry personnel. And again, we have been working on that for the last year, and this week or this coming week, we'll gather again, and I hope be able to finalize proposals for what that mutual recognition will look like. This is a new, and for us, a unique full communion and mutual recognition, because our other relationships, the United Church of Christ in the US, the United Church of Christ in the Philippines, and the Presbyterian Church in Korea are relationships with denominations that have no Canadian presence. The Christian Church, Disciples of Christ, has congregations across our country. So it will be our first domestic mutual recognition and relationship. So we're looking forward to that unfolding. One of my responsibilities is oversight of the Office of Vocation, loved and beloved by all, I know. And two remarks I'd like to make. First, there have been, we're only this, finishing the second year. And so we've been joking that the Office of Vocation in the church is a 2-year-old, and we all know what 2-year-olds can get up to. So we're testing some of the boundaries. The first year, 2019, it was just putting it out and learning on the go. The second year, of course, 2020 and COVID, and suddenly we're all pivoting and trying to figure out how to do everything anew. So this, as we move into our third year, is sort of the first period of this new body that there's some stability on the ground. So we continue to learn, we continue to make revisions and rebuilds for the Church Hub. And in regards to Church Hub, just a note to ministry personnel, we ask that you do your declaration in regards to a police records check by the end of June. Last year, we had over 800 ministry personnel who had not made their declaration, and that required individual phone calls to all 800. And I think by January, all but 40 had complied, and so there was another round of phone calls to those 40, and in some instances it is you get a family member who says, "Dad's in a nursing home, he can't do this." Great, we didn't know that, and so that provision is accounted for. In other cases, folks had just not done it. So please be attentive to that and do your annual declaration. Two senior leadership changes that I'll note you may be aware of. The first is the appointment of Japhet Ndlovu to the role of Executive Minister of Church and Mission. You probably know Japhet. He has been part of our partnership program leadership for the last number of years, and now moves into this new role as of last month. So your prayers and your support of him will be welcome. And secondly, it was a reference to John Young just a few minutes ago. John announced earlier in the winter his intention to retire as of the end of July. So we extend our congratulations to John on his retirement and his long and faithful service, both in pastoral ministry, in academic leadership, and more recently as Executive Minister for Theological Leadership. John is not one to be idle and just sit around. So on August 1st, he will move into the role of acting principal of Emmanuel College for a year. So all the best to him in that role. And finally, just a comment, COVID related, because we can't seem to escape it. I keep in my notebook a running tally of how many days in exile, and today marks 445 days in exile from our office space. We walked into the office on Monday afternoon, and for the most part, with most of our transactional services, we were up and running Tuesday morning from our homes. And kudos to the staff who have pivoted and made this happen, who have done Zoom calls from the kitchen island in their one-bedroom condo high above the city with their 2 toddlers running between their feet, and or the feet of their stool, and their spouse at the other end of the island doing their job. It has been challenging, as it has been challenging for you, but folks have stepped up. I think for those who are in transactional roles like pension and benefits or finance, it's been an easier transition than for those in more relational roles like church and mission programming and advocacy work and in communications. But everyone has stepped up to do what they can where they are. And saying that about leadership at the General Council office and within our regional council offices, I have to take my hat off to those of you in pastoral leadership, both lay and vocational leadership. I have watched in my own congregation where I worship the rough and not very professional live streaming of Sunday service to quite a slick, clean, multifaceted, multi-technologically amazing worship a year and a half later. And that's just one example that's visible of how folks have figured it out and are doing it. It's not easy. Many of you have had to learn new skills that nothing at school prepared you for, but you've done it. And for many of our smaller and rural congregations where technology has not been available, I hear wondrous stories of the minister doing the mail deliverer route every Thursday or Friday, slipping Sunday sermon into the mailbox of their parishioners. So folks have found ways to make this work, make this happen, and kudos to you, kudos to you. So that would be the report that I would bring to you from the General Council office. And if there's time and if there are questions, I would welcome them.
Thanks, Alan. We can have a short moment of questioning. I invite you to raise your hand. Alan Richard Manley Tanis is asking if there are any updates in the work around reviewing DLM, LLWL, and sacramental elders.
Yes, that is part of the task group that I've referenced. We realize that the issue of leadership in small and rural congregations are not detached from those issues of designated lay ministry and licensed lay leadership. The lay leadership is a critical part of support and resource to rural and smaller congregations. So those are all woven together in that work.
Excellent. Any other questions for Alan?
If not, then I think we have greetings from the moderator that follow me.
We are going to actually bump the moderator and St. Andrews to this afternoon. I know, it's shocking.
We won't tell him, we won't tell him.
He'll never know. Mom's the word from all of us here. The cone of silence has dropped. So I'm gonna thank you, Alan, for this report, and you're welcome to hang out with us for the rest of today.
I will. I'm gonna move to my deck though.
Oh well, just turn your leave your video on. We can appreciate it. It's okay. 30 degrees here in Regina too, so it's ridiculously hot.
Great.
Oh, there's a question from Don Weber. If you can send a copy of your report so that people can have a transcript for accurate reporting to their congregations.
I don't have it detailed. I just have a point form outline.
Okay.
Sorry about that, folks.
We do have people taking notes in this meeting that can then, we will be sharing those right away, so you don't have to wait for the minutes. So you should get fair level of detail in that.
Excellent.
Great.
Thanks, Shannon.
Thanks.
So friends, you heard me say we are going to bump the videos from the moderator and St. Andrew's College to this afternoon. And so now I'd like to invite Vicki Nelson to come to unmute and to put her video on so that we can welcome her as in her new role as stewardship animator. Hi, Vicki.
Hey, Tricia, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Well, thanks for welcoming me, and good morning, everybody. I have just a few minutes, so I am the stewardship animator for Living Skies, and that's a new position for me, and also sort of a new position being filled in this region for the first time in a while. And so I wanted to share a couple things because I have a few minutes. I've met some of you through my work with Lumsden Beach Camp in previous years, and I'm here in a new capacity. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about some seven simple stewardship solutions. So I want to ask you all to just consider these questions. You can jot ideas down, you can even pop things into the chat if that makes sense. Or maybe if you're attending with other people from your community of faith after, you can have a conversation about your reflections on these. So I'd ask you, what is your community of faith's mission? Maybe it's the same as your mission statement, maybe not. What are you doing at worship, as a community, or in your neighborhood that is changing lives? What inspires you to stay involved with your community of faith? What inspires new folks when they find you? If money was no object and you had unlimited time to devote to it, what do you dream for your community of faith? So here are some ideas to help build on your already inspiring work. Called to be the Church, the Journey. The first module is being offered across the United Church and has already seen some really inspiring results. Communities of faith that participated in 2020 saw an average of a 21% year-over-year increase in mission and service giving during the first quarter of 2021. And that's comparable to an 8% reduction of giving from sort of the church at large. There will be another chance for communities of faith in Living Skies to participate in this program in August, and probably other opportunities into the fall. So if you're interested in that, please get in touch with me. And so you're at this meeting. So I probably don't need to tell you that and convince you on the power and impact we can have when we work together. You know that cooperation among United Churches has done and continues to do some amazing things. But does everyone in your congregation know this? Do they know that through mission and service, their United Church is helping provide social connection, empowering people to transform their lives, like through the Parkland Restorative Justice, or the Micah Mission? Do folks know that people who feel called to ministry or other leadership in our church can pursue education because of mission and service funding? Do they know that thousands of young people across the country build resilience and independence and a connection to creation by attending United Church camps like Tapawingo and Lumsden Beach Camp? If people in your congregation do not know, inspire them. Use these stories. Use Your Generosity Matters materials or the Minutes for Mission that are still being created and constantly being created and released. There are also videos. And if you're not sure where to find any of these things, these inspiring stories of our church, please reach out to me and I'll connect you to them. And if you've considered the questions I asked on the previous slide, what is your mission? What inspires you about your community of faith? Take those ideas and create a case for support. In a paragraph or two, answer the question, why should someone donate to my community of faith? And once you have that down, share it. Get feedback from other leaders, and then start communicating it to your members, your neighborhood, and beyond. So again, I want to ask you to reflect on these questions. When do you ask members of your community of faith to give? When was the last time generosity was spoken about as a spiritual practice? How are folks curious about your community of faith invited in, welcomed, and engaged? So inviting is a part of stewardship. The more ways people can give to your community of faith, the more likely they will. Having online donations through Canada Helps, having PAR set up, accepting e-transfers. I encourage you to make giving easy during this time when we cannot be face-to-face. Giving and sharing resources is as much a part of discipleship as prayer or Bible study or worship are. Jesus talked a lot about money. In fact, he talked about money more than he talked about prayer. And much of the time, Jesus used stories of money to help reveal our true priorities. How we spend our time, talents, and treasures speaks volumes about what we value. So invite people in your community to deepen the practice of generosity by prayerfully considering their giving, both to your congregation, to mission and service, and beyond. And don't be shy about asking. People need reminders, and they want to help make the world a better place. And again, I pitch for a call to be the church, the journey. Invite others in your community of faith to develop a learning team and to dig into more stewardship best practices by participating in this program. Please reach out if you're interested. And some more questions to ponder. How do you practice gratitude in your own life? How is generosity within your community of faith lifted up and celebrated? How do you feel when you are appropriately seen, acknowledged, and thanked? In what ways do you pay that forward? Whether you write down 3 things that you're grateful for today, or share a moment of thanks before supper, or send someone a thank you text, living a life full of gratitude is a daily act. It helps you feel optimistic and more resilient. And if you don't have a gratitude practice, I'd encourage you to adopt one. You as a church leader do not need to wait until tax receipts get mailed out to thank the people who support the mission and ministry of your church. Developing a thanking plan is ideal, and you can participate in Call to Be the Church, the Journey to learn more. But if you do not have a plan or a strategy to thank, start today. Make a couple quick phone calls, craft an email to everyone who's on PAR, send a card to that new member who's been helping out with tech issues during worship. Thank yous do not have to be perfect, but thank yous do need to happen, and ideally frequently. And finally, give yourself a high five. You have all been wildly creative, patient, compassionate, and driven over the past 445 days and counting. And I'm so grateful for you. So take a minute to express gratitude to each other in this meeting, in the chat, or if you can make Zoom eye contact. And so I just want to offer myself as a resource to you. I want to work on these things and more. So do get in touch with me. I'll also throw my email address into the chat so that it's, because the slide will go away in a moment, but please do reach out. And now I'm going to show a video, an update and accountability video for mission and service that is celebrating the important work with your generosity. So let's see if I did this correctly.
Friends, in a year unlike any other, your generosity through mission and service has been extraordinary. We will share financial results with you shortly. But first, we want to share our impact because we give to make a difference. Here are some of the lives you touch through mission and service.
2004 is when I joined this project. I was given the first loan. I had saved and I was given a loan of 2,000 shillings. I benefited a lot from that 2,000 shillings. I started a small business of selling vegetables. I built these 2 houses for renting out.
I came here in summer 2017 to Canada. It wasn't easy for me. The whole family got involved to Montreal City Mission with all activities and the project they provided.
And beautiful, and I'm so thankful that the person of Jesus reached into my life and invited me on this journey with him.
Mission and service changes lives. It's the work we do best together as a denomination, in our communities of faith, and through the passion and commitment of members of all ages. En ce temps où nombre d'œuvres caritatives ont vu le revenu chuter de 40%, la générosité des membres de l'Église unie est extraordinaire. Ce n'est assurément pas facile. As you might expect, congregational giving to mission and service decreased by about 12.5% in 2020. En tout, les dons à mission et services, y compris les dons des paroisses, les dons testamentaires, les dons d'assurance vie, les dons spéciaux et le soutien du regroupement de femmes de l'Église unie, totalisant plus de 26 millions de dollars. Communities of faith, many of which we know were struggling themselves, contributed over 17 of that $26 million. Our collective heart has never been stronger. One steady overall factor here was the special support of the United Church of Canada's Foundation's grant of $3 million, half of which was granted in 2020 as a one-time emergency fund for congregations in need. Nous avons également constaté un soutien important à la suite de nos appels d'urgence pour aider nos partenaires internationaux aux prises avec la COVID-19, ainsi que nos appels réguliers pour soutenir missions et services. And we are always deeply touched by the number of people who remember mission and service in their estates, giving the church a lasting legacy. Every one and every gift made a difference. You made a difference. Merci. Thank you.
Jesus said, "Where your treasure is, there your heart is." It is clear from looking at our mission and service giving this year that we treasure our mission. Our heart is in justice. It is in discipleship. It is in compassion. Thank you for your ministry.
There are many women who want to join the group because they see that I have progressed a lot. I am no longer the way I was before.
I would like to thank Mission and Service of United Church of Canada. 3 years ago, I was just a refugee woman who was in need, and now I am a coordinator of so many activities at Montreal City Mission.
What I would say to the donors of the Mission and Service Fund is that it's worth it. The church is alive and beautiful and vibrant, and it's worth investing in.
So that's it for me, and thank you all for allowing me a bit of time, and do reach out if you want to talk stewardship. You're muted, Trish, just so you're, okay.
There we go. Unmute myself. There we go. I'm sorry, my computer just decided to throw up a bar that was blocking everything. Thank you, Vicki, for that presentation. There was one question that I saw, is that, two questions I've seen. Are your slides available for congregational use? Allison Sawyer was asking.
Certainly, I can pass those along to, maybe just, I'm gonna put my email in the chat, just email me and I'll send them to you.
Okay, thank you. And then Carol Beal McKenzie asks, how do you
sorry. I think something froze. Hold on, I'm gonna find the question. Okay, so the question was maybe how to.
Go ahead.
Trisha, a robot. Okay. Okay. So I think the question was, how do we assure funds to Saskatchewan inner city ministries? That's actually not really a question I can answer because I don't work in that world. So Shannon or somebody else, sorry.
Sure. So there's several ways. You can give directly to the inner city ministries. You can give to the regional councils fund for ministries. They get mission support funding from the regional council, and it's the regional council who does all the decision making about who gets mission support funding, and so the executive does that work with the grants committee. Or you can give to the mission and service fund. So those are the three ways that you can ensure that the inner city ministries have funding.
Thanks for covering that. Sorry about that, friends. Every once in a while, the internet decides it's going to throw a temper tantrum. So I'm doing my best here. My internal tech support has gone off to a fencing class. So I'm on my own. Anyways, Beth Johnson is asking who decides what ministry gets. Beth, there's a grants committee that makes recommendations to the executive that is based on grant applications that are submitted to the committee. The internet is bipolar. Well, it likes to remind me that it's in charge. Okay, friends, we are going to move on from this time. Is Sandra Beardsall with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Sandra.
Hi.
Welcome. I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Okay, and I'm going to share my screen, if that's okay, and let's hope that my internet works. And see if that happens. Is my screen being shared here?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Well, hello, friends, and thank you for the thank you to the Planning Committee, to Daryl and the Planning Committee for inviting me to spend a few minutes with you reflecting on the life and witness of the Reverend Lydia Grucci. This coming November will mark the 85th anniversary of her ordination to ministry at St. Andrew's United Church in Moose Jaw, making her the first woman ordained in the United Church of Canada, and indeed the first woman officially ordained in any church in Canada. Now, I know some of you will know lots about Lydia Grucci. Some of you may even have met her or experienced her ministry firsthand. Patricia Watton of Winnipeg has written a fulsome biography of Lydia called With Love, Lydia, which I recommend if you would like to learn more about this remarkable woman. Now today, we're going to look briefly at her life and then reflect on what it might mean for the church and for us personally, recognizing there's much more that we could be saying. So, who is Lydia? Well, Lydia Emily Grucci was born in 1894 in Asnières, France. She was a Protestant whose father came from Jersey and her mother came from England. So she had British citizenship, although she lived in France and spoke English and French perfectly. Lydia was the 8th of 10 children. And you can see her there second from the left in the front row of that photograph of their family. When their mother died, Lydia was only 8 years old. And so her father and an older sister took care of the family. But Lydia went to boarding school in England to complete her high school studies, and then took a business course there to obtain work as a postal clerk. However, her family answered the call for immigrants, especially those of British stock, to take up land grants in Western Canada. Unaware of or indifferent to the First Peoples whose displacement had cleared the way for their arrival, these immigrants, who came by the thousands in the early 20th century, were anxious for a new start. Along with 3 sisters, Lydia followed her father and her brothers to Strasbourg, Saskatchewan in 1913. Now, while two of her sisters married and one became a missionary in India, Lydia attended normal school, we would call it Teachers College, and completed her teaching certificate in 1918. But Lydia wanted more education, so she taught in rural schools in the summer and studied for her BA in the winter at the University of Saskatchewan. Despite this heavy load, she graduated with her BA with high honors and won the Governor General's Gold Medal in 1920. Well, Lydia would have returned to teaching, but Edmund Oliver, Dr. Edmund Oliver, the founding principal of the Presbyterian College, which became St. Andrew's College in anticipation of entering church union, Dr. Oliver had his eye on this bright scholar. The college, St. Andrew's or the Presbyterian College, had received a scholarship to train ministers for what they called home missions. And so he needed to find students who might take on that training. The idea was that these people would work in Christian education with new Canadians. Well, that language pointed to the concern of the Canadian churches to assist in what was called the project of nation building, which meant training immigrants, especially from Eastern Europe, to align with British Canadian Protestant values. Further, Dr. Oliver wanted to promote the ordination of women in the Presbyterian and soon to be United Church. Lydia herself was a new Canadian, but she was a Protestant and had been schooled in England. And she'd indicated she might be interested in theology. Lydia's brother, Arthur, had been in the first class in theology at St. Andrew's College in 1914, but had enlisted in the army and had died in a drowning accident while serving in World War I. It may be that Dr. Oliver helped to persuade Lydia to study theology in honor or memory of her brother, but she did. And with her characteristic serious dedication, graduated again with honors in 1923. Ready for ministry, but the Presbyterian Church would not consider her ordination at this time, they said. So Lydia indeed went into home missions, working among the Doukhobors of Verrigan, where she had served as a school teacher, and then at Wakaw, which included a mission church for Hungarians, and then at Calvington United Church. Lydia took an open-hearted and even-handed approach to her missions among new Canadians. More than most white Protestants of her era, Lydia recognized that Protestant Canadians needed to make contact with their other neighbors, including the Doukhobors, such that, in her words, through friendship and cooperation, they might build the kingdom of God in this land. But this part of Lydia's biography is a small reminder to us of how deeply white Anglo-Saxon privilege is baked into our United Church story. Well, 13 years after her graduation, Lydia was finally ordained in Moose Jaw on November 4th, 1936. After ordination, Lydia continued at St. Andrew's for 2 years in ministry there, and then accepted a position to be secretary for the Committee on the Deaconess Order and Women's Work at the General Council in Toronto, working with women in and preparing for ministries, many of which would be like those she had experienced in rural Saskatchewan, and working with deaconesses and their preparation for ministry. However, she must have had a passion for Saskatchewan, because she came back in 1943 and spent the remainder of her active ministry in Saskatchewan in small communities, Nacum, Simpson, Coupar, and Neville Vanguard. In 1962, she retired with her sister Florence, who had been the missionary to India, to White Rock, British Columbia. She had a happy retirement and died in White Rock in 1992 at the age of 98. Now, you've probably heard the saying that became popular in feminist circles of the late 1960s, the personal is political. That was certainly true for the life of Lydia Grucci. She would not have eventually been ordained if not for those who undertook a political movement within the new United Church of Canada to bring the ordination of women to the fore. In 1925, Kamsack Presbytery petitioned Saskatchewan Conference to ordain Lydia Grucci. They handed that request on to the General Council, which met in 1926 and debated the issue, determining after debate that they would send a remit to all the presbyteries in the United Church about women's ordination. Now, the wording of the remit was a little unclear, and the responses to the remit were a little unclear. So in 1928, the General Council, having debated it further, decided to take no action on the ordination of women, but they added that there is no bar in religion or reason to the ordination of women. Well, Principal Edmund Oliver on the left there helped promote the cause of women's ordination in Saskatchewan and in General Council. And he was elected moderator in 1930 to 32 on the grounds that people hoped he would share the news of women's ordination across the country. Now that message was somewhat sidelined by the devastating drought and depression that launched into the Canadian life, and particularly on the prairies in the early 1930s. The famous activist Nellie McClung, there on the right, was frustrated with the church's hesitancy. "There are only two great institutions," she said, "that will not accept women on equal terms, the church and the beer parlors." In 1934, Saskatchewan Conference, becoming increasingly impatient, announced that it would ordain Lydia Grucci the next year unless General Council said no. So General Council in 34 sent out yet another remit to the presbyteries. And when the remit was tallied in 1935, 79 presbyteries were for and 26 against, allowing the ordination to continue to proceed. In Saskatchewan, 16 of 18 presbyteries, and it's fascinating to think of Saskatchewan at one time having 18 presbyteries, 16 of the 18 voted in favor. And so Lydia was ordained in 1936. And yet her ordination did not open the floodgates. Church publications still called clergy men well into the 1970s, and ordained women had to cease serving in ministry if they married. Between 1936 and 1962, a total of 54 women had been ordained, several of whom had had to leave active ministry because they had married. In 1962, the bar to married women was finally lifted, although a few women did slip in under the bar. But not until the late 1970s would women begin to stream into ordained ministry in greater numbers. Well, if the personal is political, the political is also personal, isn't it? Now, Lydia Grucci was a humble person who hesitated to draw attention to herself, except perhaps the time she drove her car too fast and missed the ferry in the Waka area, quite literally, by accidentally driving straight into the river. Lydia maintained a pragmatic approach to her long road to ordination. She famously said she was willing to be a test case, but she did not promote the cause herself. She ministered where and how she could for 13 years while the church debated. When asked later in life about her vocation, she simply said, "There was work to be done, and so I had to do it." I think that's a call. As one hears and reads Lydia's story, what stands out is not so much the fight for ordination, but her long and varied ministry and all that she gave of herself to do that ministry. But at what cost? What disappointment did she bear as the first Presbyterians and then the United Church refused to acknowledge her gifts for ordination? What did it do to her to sit through General Council, because she was at General Council in 1926, listening to men question her ability to minister based solely on her gender? What was it like to be ordained by men? And that's the picture that you see there. Men, with only men to lay on hands, only men to speak at her ordination. She spoke little of these things. But what does it cost to be a groundbreaker, to be held in suspicion or to higher account because of one's gender identity, one's race, one's disability, one's social and economic class? Lydia Grucci's story reminds us that in taking on public causes, drawing the circle wide, that is not always a cheerful church song. Sometimes it comes with a steep personal price. And for us as Christians, of course, both the public or political domain and the private personal realm are steeped in our faith and our theology, whether we are aware of it or not. This is the challenge of being embodied as the body of Christ. We are members of one another, and so become the church. We bear our politics on our persons as a deeply spiritual act, following Jesus, who bore the wounds of the world even in his resurrected hands and his feet and his side. How can we support one another in our vocations, whether ordered and recognized ministries or lay ministries dispersed in the world, in ways that honor one another as persons who live and breathe the politics of church and society? I believe Lydia's story invites us to consider that question too. And finally, Lydia Grucci chose to write her graduation thesis from the Presbyterian College, which was actually quite a short required essay on Psalm 122, and she submitted it to Dr. Monroe, Professor of Old Testament Language and Literature, for approval. This psalm, she says in her short essay, her thesis, spoke to her as a beautiful testament to worshiping together, to rejoicing in holiness, and to recognizing that true devotion takes us beyond ourselves to the city of God, a community of all humanity. So, in remembrance of Lydia Grucci and her aspirations, I invite you to, as Emily said, alas, stay muted, but to recite with me so that we recite together a version of Psalm 122. I was glad when they said to me, "Let us go to the house of God." And now our feet are standing within your gates, the gates of a city bound firmly together. The people go up to give thanks to God. There stand the pillars of justice and peace. For the sake of my siblings, of my friends, I say, peace be with you, city of God, and I will seek your good, O city. I will seek your good. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you for that amazing amount of information. I think from the chat that I'm seeing, it is deeply, deeply appreciated, and it's often we need to be reminded of our links to the political. I also want to say in our thanks, congratulations to you as you retire from St. Andrews in your role of church histories, which is not surprising, and ecumenics. We wish you many blessings as you take this next step into your life, and know that we carry you in our prayers as you make that way into retirement.
Okay, thank you very much, Tricia.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay, bye-bye.
Blessings.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to, I'm going to call on Heather Dutoff, and she is going to do some finance stuff with us before we take a break for some music. So I'm going to invite you to prepare yourself for Heather. Hi, Heather.
Hi, Tricia. Thank you.
You're welcome.
First of all, I just want to bring greetings from Donna Brown, the treasurer of Living Skies, who was not able to be with us today. So that's why you have me doing this report. 2019 was a year of transition in the church and therefore not a normal spending year as we grew into the new regional structure. I don't need to tell you that 2020 turned out not to be a normal year either. And now 2021 is raising much more questions even outside the church as to what the new normal looks like. The 2020 audited financial statement can be found on the regional meeting page of the Living Skies website. But just a few points from the report. Our 2020 operating revenue was well above our budgeted figure, largely due to the regional assessment, unrealized investment income, and gifts to the region from church closures and property sales. Our expenses were $117,000 less than budgeted due to the cancellation of in-person meetings and events, including the annual meeting, as well as staff travel, resulting in an operating surplus of $369,000. $153,000 of this is the regional assessment and was transferred to designated funds at the end of the year to be able to assist mission-supported ministries with capacity building. The restricted and designated funds had $200,000 in revenue. This included the last of the presbytery money that came in, revenue related to the Moats property and other investment income, as well as gifts to archives from property sales and church closures and donations to UCW bursary. Our restricted and designated fund expenses were mainly the transfer of the funds, the resource funds between Moats and the ANCC fund, which we are still holding until further direction is received on that money, and several UCW bursaries, investment fees, and a few other expenditures, for a net surplus in the designated funds of $166,000 plus the $153,000 transferred from operating surplus. This spring, we held virtual meetings with EDGE and the mission support receiving ministries, and we've now approved some funds from this $153,000 for the ministries to work with EDGE in groups and individually to find ways to strengthen their capacity in the face of diminishing M&S funds. In 2021, our mission and ministry budget was reduced by $49,000, and anticipating the surplus in 2020, we did not cut staffing or grants in the 2021 budget, but instead projected a $50,000 deficit. With Julie's help, I'd be pleased to draw your attention to the funding page of the Regional Council website, which can be found under the resources section. I have to make my screen.
I'll just pull it up just a sec. Sorry, sometimes I get my websites mixed up as to which grants page is where. Just give me a sec here.
So there's the Regional Council website, and you see resources as a heading, and then we're on the funding portion of that section. And so here you'll find information on the national grants, which some of you are familiar with: tech grants, modernization grants, other grants through the foundation, information on the mission support grants for those that are applying for that funding. And then some new grants, which are further down the page. First of all, there's some the UCW application and continuing education fund applications, which are still there, as well as green initiatives. And then we have set up some new ones. Ina Graft Engage, grant that came from the Ina Graft Engage Fund, which came to us from the Chinook Presbytery,
And the Meewasin Valley United Church provided some funding for outreach ministry, and we chose to honor those original intentions. And then we received some money from the Hugh and Selma McKay Fund from Good Spirit, which we, because we're only supposed to use the revenue on that fund, interest rates are pretty low. So we're using that fund right now to support youth leadership grants, which that information is located under another section in the website. So I invite you to take a look at some of these new grants and some of the older ones, and see if that inspires you for some new projects, or even you might find funding for current projects in your community. In closing, I'd also like to remind anyone who hasn't done their statistics to get those reports in. At the webinar last week, they said they were still waiting for, I think, quarter of their, I can't remember now exactly, but they were waiting for a lot of stats reports. So important to get those in. Anybody, I guess, has any questions?
Thanks, Heather. We only have a couple of minutes for questions. I am not seeing any hands raised, so I'm going to invite John to give us a music break.
쌀한 톨의 무게는 얼마나 될까? 내 손바닥에 올려놓고 무게를 잰다. 바람과 천둥과 비와 햇살과 외로운 별빛도 그 안에 스며네. 농부의 새벽도 그 안에 숨었네. 나락한 알 속에 우주가 들었네. 버려진 쌀 한 톨 우주의 무게를, 쌀 한 톨의 무게를 재어본다. 세상의 노래가 그 안에 울리네. 쌀한 톨의 무게는 생명의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게는 평화의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게는 농부의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게는 세월의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게는 생명의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게는 평화의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게는 농부의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게는 세월의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게는 생명의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 평화의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게, 농부의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게, 세월의 무게, 쌀 한 톨의 무게, 세월의 우주의 무게
Deep gratitude for Hohen's amazing talents. Thank you for that piece of music and video. At this point, I'm going to welcome Susan Reed, who's the chair of the nominations committee, to unmute and to turn on your video so that we might talk about nominations. Hey, Susan.
Thanks, Tricia. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon to those of you joining us from provinces east. As Tricia said, my name is Susan Reed. I'm coming to you today from Cardiff Elida Pastoral Charge, St. Andrew's United Church in Cardiff in the southeast of our region. And I am the convener of the nominations committee. And it's a hard act to follow that beautiful and moving video. But hooray, the nominations report is here. I have some information to share with you folks, some general information, and then I'll move into some information around general council commissioners, and we will have an accompanying motion at that point. So I can let those with the slides know that we don't need the slides quite yet, but in a few minutes, and I'll sort of let you know when we're ready for that. I can draw your attention to where our reports are in the docket if you haven't had a chance to look at them yet or want to reference them again. Our written report, which has just some very general information, is in section C, pages 8 and 9. And our slate of nominees for various commissions, committees, executive task groups, and other structures is in section F. F like Frank, pages 1 and 2. Which you can check at any time that you wish. The two separate places the reports are there. I want to begin with saying a word of thanks. And as we articulated in our report, our nominations committee would like to say thank you to all those of you who said yes to taking on new roles, new work, new positions within our regional council this year. We also want to say thank you to all those of you who considered the possibility of taking on a new position, even when the answer needed to be no. And we want to thank all of you who have been doing work with our regional council, who either need to step away from that work or whose terms have come to an end. Please know that your work, your time, your energy, your gifts, your wisdom, all that you are is very much appreciated by our regional council, and we thank you for sharing that with us. The primary role of our nominations committee is to fill vacancies within the structures of the regional council. Currently, on our various groups that we have 14 vacancies, plus any new committees that we create during this meeting. Plus, we are trying to help the Pastoral Relations Commission in the work of finding pastoral relations liaisons as well. There are two primary processes for filling positions. One is that we ask people, and the other is that we seek submissions of your own expressions of interest. And basically what that means is that if you see a vacancy or an opportunity through nominations that you are interested in, you can fill in our nominations form and submit it online to us and put your own name forward as someone who is interested in the possibility of filling a role. Once we receive expressions of interest, our committee then makes some decisions, has some conversation, makes some decisions, and forwards any recommendations to the executive for action and decisions, approval. We are not yet at the point in our regional council of enabling people to nominate other people formally. I know other regions have done that. We are in the process of talking about that, so the time may come when that is possible. But at this point, we can only put our own names forward, but certainly we can talk with others and let them know about the opportunities which are available. I'm not going to outline the 14 positions which are available now, but I will tell you where to find that information or how to be in touch with us. Two different things. And I will put this information in the chat later, and if you have a pen handy, you may wish to jot it down. Our Living Skies Regional Council website is livingskiesrc.ca. If you go to that website, you'll see a number of tabs across the top, one of which says Governance and Admin. If you hover over that tab, you'll get a drop-down menu, and one of the options is Nominations. If you click on that, you will find a newsfeed style listing of all of our posts. The top post in that newsfeed right now is entitled Current Opportunities to Serve Within the Regional Council. That lists the opportunities available as of the time of posting, which was a week or two ago, and also includes a link to the form to fill in. It is the same form for all positions, and the information is there on the website. I'll also give you our email address for nominations, which is LSRC, which stands for Living Skies Regional Council. And yes, it'll go in the chat shortly. lsrcnominations@gmail.com. That's our email address. It's listed on the website as well, lsrcnominations@gmail.com. And we invite you to be in touch with us anytime. If you're interested in a position that's vacant, if you have questions, if you have wonderings, if you're interested in maybe doing something, but you're not sure what, we're happy to help you with the discernment process, to be in conversation, to provide any information we can, to track down the answers that you might need that we don't have. Anything that we can do to enable your process of decision-making, we are happy to try and do. We are really honestly open to your inquiries anytime. And we hope that whenever we post a list of vacancies to the website or mention it in the Rambler, that folks will take the opportunity to have a look at that list. And we ask that for two reasons. One is to consider whether or not you might be interested or feel called to take on a new role within the Regional Council. And the other is if you might know someone who might be a good fit for one of those roles. We don't know everyone. We don't know everyone within the Regional Council. And we don't want to just fall back to the people we know when we are asking folks to do things. We want to extend the invitation as widely as possible and invite the community as widely as possible to be part of our church structures. So if you know of other folks who might be a good fit for these roles, we invite you to talk with them. You can talk with them and ask if you can pass their names on to us. Whatever you might like to do, we appreciate your help and we appreciate your support. I also want to mention that we have 3 vacancies within our own nominations committee. And I'm slightly biased, maybe only slightly, in saying that we think we're a pretty fun group. Our meetings always involve lots of laughter as well as lots of work. And I don't highlight this because our committee vacancies are any more important than any other group's vacancies. But with a full committee membership of 6 people rather than our current 3, our work can be even more effective. So for our vacancies and opportunities, and for all other opportunities, please feel free to be in touch with me anytime or check out the information on the website. I now want to move into talking a little bit about General Council commissioners, and I'll give a bit of general background information, and then we'll move into the slides and our motion if that works for folks. Tricia, I'm wondering if you want me to pause at this point and see if there's any general questions.
Sure, we could absolutely do that. Any questions for Susan on the report for the nominations committee before we launch into commissioners? I'm not seeing any in the chat or on the participants list. So I would say, go ahead, Susan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I may appear distracted, but I'm looking at several different sets of notes here. So thanks for your patience with this. Many of you, hopefully lots of you, will be aware that there is a General Council meeting coming up, as Ellen mentioned, in 2021. It's going to happen in 2022. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong year, next year. And it's going to happen in several different phases, and it's going to be entirely online. We began the process of seeking commissioners in March of 2020, needed to put that on hold, and then restarted the process of seeking commissioners in the spring of 2021. We tried to spread word as widely as possible that we were seeking names for General Council commissioners, and we did receive a number of applications. A number of forms came into us, for which we are grateful. We are asked to name 17 commissioners plus alternate commissioners, and so we went through the process of reviewing all the names that had come in, and we are being asked to take all different sorts of criteria and balance and diversity into account as we put together our slate of commissioners. We're asked to consider things like rural-urban balance. We're asked to look at a balance of lay people and ministry personnel, with a requirement for a minimum of 1/3 lay delegates and a minimum of 1/3 ministry personnel. And we were also taking into account a motion which was made by our executive to balance a list of nominees to ensure that there was diversity, to honor and live into our intercultural mission and ministry, to ensure that individuals who are representative of the intercultural church, including but not limited to racialized, racial minority, gender identities, sexual orientation, and differently abled people, are valued participants in the structures of Living Skies Regional Council, including in the selection of commissioners for General Council 44. And so now I believe we are probably ready for the slides as I present to folks a proposed slate of names for commissioners to General Council 44. And this is a motion on which we will need to make a decision. So for the benefit of folks who may be connected only by phone, I will read what is on the screen. The proposed slate of commissioners from the Living Skies Regional Council to General Council 44. We are asked to name 17 commissioners plus alternate commissioners as follows. 1 commissioner who is ex officio, the chairperson of the Living Skies Regional Council. 1 youth commissioner chosen by YAYAC, the youth and young adult community. 15 commissioners who are selected from the applications submitted to the nominations committee. And 5 to 6 alternate commissioners, and that number was recommended by the Living Skies executive. And just to say a word about alternate commissioners, particularly because the General Council meeting is yet a year away, we need to have some names of alternate commissioners in place, just in case some of the folks we name are unable to serve in that capacity at that time. And so we present the following slate of names, and I've provided just a bit of information about these folks so that we know more than just their name. Tricia Gerhard is our ex officio member, ordained minister in Regina, youth commissioner yet to be named through the YAYAC group, and the following names: Bob Hayes, layperson, Prince Albert; Vicki Nelson, layperson, Regina; Bill Pollock, layperson, Saskatoon; Jerry Lee Jones, DLM student, Estevan; Michelle Rao, ordained minister, Maple Creek; Beth Johnston, ordained minister, Nipawin; Owen Wright, layperson, Saskatoon; Alan Gairns, diaconal minister, Rosetown; Sundo Hyun, ordained minister, Meadow Lake; Frances Kitson, candidate from Lanigan; Emily Carr, ordained minister in the admissions process, Saskatoon; Trina Hodgson, layperson, Regina; Yvonne Terry, designated lay minister, retired, Regina; Jen Dresser, diaconal minister, Yorkton; Before I move into the motion, I will would just like to be really clear for folks to say that this is not yet a full slate. We have room yet for 1 more commissioner, as well as alternate commissioners to be named. What we are proposing, after consulting with the Living Skies Regional Council executive, is that we move this slate of commissioners, potential commissioners for your consideration, and that we then enter into a process of finding the remaining folks that we need. And I can speak to that in a moment after this motion goes forward, if that process seems okay for Tricia.
That works for me.
I also want to acknowledge that one of our nominations committee members does appear on the list of names of potential commissioners. We certainly consulted as to how that process would work. And so the other two of us are the ones who are proposing this motion. If we can just go back to the motion for a second, I'm sorry. So, thank you to the amazing tech folks. I don't have a clue how to do this, and I appreciate those who do. And I'm hoping that Jeanette Warrion is still currently on this call. I don't have access to seeing that list. I know she was planning to be.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks, Jeanette. So it is moved by myself, Susan Reed, seconded by Jeanette Warrion, that this slate of commissioners be approved by the Living Skies. This should read, I'm sorry, this slate of commissioners for General Council 44 be approved by the Living Skies Regional Council. And now the next slide would work. Thanks so much.
Okay, friends, you have heard the motion and it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? I'm not seeing any. I'm going to remind you of the process for voting. We will be using the raised hand button, and you've figured out the different ways that you can access them. Everything is particular to, oh, sorry. We have one question to, don't vote now. If your hands are up, it's for a question. Betty Ann, do you have a question?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so just hold your hands away from your screens and from your keyboards. Put them up so I can see them. Excellent. Don't give in to the temptation to press that button yet, because I have not asked the question. When I do, you'll be invited to register your vote by raising your hand, and then you will leave your hands away from your screens and your laptops and your keyboards so that you do not lower your hand by accident. Let that tech team lower it. Once it's lowered, we'll do anybody who's opposed to the vote, to the motion, and we'll, same process. Don't lower it yourself. Please let the tech team lower it. That way we are able to keep an eye on whose hands are up where they are. I will leave a little bit more time today for folk to write leave a little bit more time for folks to press the button today so that I'm not rushing you to get that hand up. I'm seeing Susan, Diane is asking for write-ups on the participants who are going forward as commissioners. Comment?
Yeah, honestly, it's not something that we considered. I'm not sure if that has been the recent practice within the Living Skies Regional Council. Often we have the benefit of having a lineup of folks to stand in front of a in-person gathering where we can see the people. But since we moved away from the process of voting on individuals, like we'd like the following names to be elected, and moved instead to presenting a slate, I believe we have not used write-ups in the same way, which doesn't mean we can't, but that we don't have them this year. So I would maybe seek wisdom from other folks around process, but it's certainly a conversation that we can have for next time, because I understand, especially when we don't know folks, some of that information can be really helpful. I can also assure you that the nominations committee has seen the write-ups and the information submitted by folks and has considered it really carefully, which isn't the same as seeing it ourselves, but just to know that some information has been received.
Thanks, Susan. Okay, you've seen the motion. I'm going to ask the question. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. I'm going to ask the tech team to remove the hands. Any opposed to the motion? That motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. That was so smooth. Look at us go. Thanks, Susan. On you go.
I'm aware of time and I don't want to take up too much time. And so I can assure folks that information will be coming. We are currently seeking 1 more commissioner and 5 to 6 alternate commissioners. Again, it is the same form to submit as for everything else with nominations. The same form as we put out in the spring, inviting folks. We want to put out a particular call to the lay people of our region to consider this opportunity and to consider submitting your name to us. You can watch for an update to the website from nominations within the next few days, I hope, and to our Facebook page as well about how to submit your names. And we welcome your expressions of interest or your questions about that anytime. And I thank you very, very much for taking the time to hear our report and for making room for it in this meeting.
Thanks, Susan, and deep gratitude for the work that your committee has been doing on behalf of the region. I know it hasn't been easy, but it is deeply, deeply appreciated. And that is echoed in the chat as well. Thank you, Susan. I'm going to invite Daryl Rainey to join us to give us some announcements, and then we will move out into a break.
Thanks, Trisha. And my friend Julie has some slides to bring up. So UCRD. Oh,
thank you, Dawn. You beat me to it. Quicker on the draw. That's awesome.
UCRD is having a great sale. Actually, I went on their website yesterday to check it out, and books are selling as low as 99 cents. And so they can't be with us this year, but they can go online, and people, you can go there and cruise the website and see what you can all find, and even maybe be able to run your hands along your computer and see how they feel. So they have free Canadian shipping on any orders $80 with that code, sale on sale. Write that down now, and that offer expires August 10th, 2021. So please go there, check it out, and get your summer reading now, or your sabbatical reading, or your retirement reading, Sandra. Thank you. Let's move on to the next slide. Do we have a next slide? That's it. Okay. Just a reminder that the good folks of Humboldt Westminster United Church and friends put together a Sunday service that is either you can show it pre-recorded or you can do it yourself. But that Sunday service is happening. Can happen for you tomorrow. You can use that another time. So just a reminder for that. These things are coming up. 3 opportunities coming up on Zoom. Residential school storytelling. Thursday, June 10th with Reverend Deb Anderson-Pratt. Question and answer hosted by Patricia Gerhardt and Tracy Merton. A chance to explore considerations for in-person worship on Thursday, June 10th. And VAM is hosted by the Committee on Ministry Personnel Support, a chance to understand the requirement for voluntary associate ministers on June 17th. And so those are some other opportunities to be able to look at. Lastly, we normally at our regional gathering, we have done fundraising for M&S, and we don't really have that opportunity, but we do have an opportunity. And through a setup of e-transfer, you can donate money to the Mission and Service Fund into the Living Skies e-transfer account. And from Living Skies, we'll go forward the amount of money that is collected. So this year, our goal is, first of all, $3,000. And if we raise $3,000, Sandra Beardsall will actually retire. If we raise $5,000, my friend Daryl Woods may retire next year. So those are 2 goals to set out. And I invite you to donate some of your hard-earned money to, again, continue the mission of our church as a whole and to other places as well. Just to let you know, other places of donating at this time, Westminster United Church in Regina has made a decision to donate money to the Healing Fund in memory of the children that has been buried in our residential schools. So there's other ways of donating, but please make this time, as we have done at other annual meetings or gatherings, a time that we also give as the Living Skies region to our further communities. So thank you. And things have been popping up in the Zoom, the chat line about different places. Julie's been putting stuff in there. So, and I think the e-transfer will pop up soon too, and probably be posted somewhere else.
Shannon's posted the email for the e-transfers. It's to livingskies@united-church.ca. And Nobuko is lifting up the Regina Native Outreach Ministry, where checks can be sent as well for supporting the work of Deb Anderson Pratt. Well, friends, we are behind by 15 minutes, and I appreciate your grace. You know how the church runs. We always are either way too early or just a little bit behind everything. So we are going to take some time now to break, to stretch, to have lunch, to come back refreshed at 1:30. This room, I believe, and one of the tech teams will correct me if I'm wrong, is going to remain open. So you can remain on mute and just turn off your camera so that we don't have to go through the renaming process again at 1 o'clock. So just don't log out, just leave yourself as you are and then walk away. Maybe black your screen so we don't see whatever it is you're doing in the background, because as we've seen, that can be dangerous. Julie, did you have a comment?
Just that Bill has his hand up, but yes, thank you also for the reminder for folks to mute, and please turn your camera off, because if you're staying in the room, because we cannot do that for you. So don't take that risk. And you can also leave and just come up back again with the same link.
Bill, you had a question. Bill, you're muted. Bill, oh, there you are.
When Daryl made his presentation, it has Wednesday, the 17th of June.
Oh, the date and the Tracy.
Yes.
Is it the 17th or is it the Wednesday?
It's Wednesday the 16th. Good catch, Bill Pollock. Good catch. That was all in the Rambler. So just watch your Rambler and watch your calendar. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Bill, for catching that.
I think that's Charlene's hand that's up.
Thank you. It's Charlene Burns, Community Capacity Development Coordinator for Western Canada Indigenous Ministries. So I just wanted to let you know that I've been on this morning off and on, but I will need to give my regrets for the rest of this afternoon, because we have a conflict. We also have the town hall booked for the Western Canada Indigenous Ministries this afternoon, starting at 12 p.m. So I'm going to give my regrets and likely be signing off here right quick. Great meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope the rest of your meeting goes good. Thanks.
Thanks, Charlene. Okay, friends, we will gather back here at 1 o'clock to start at 1:30. May your rest time be blessed. Bye for now. Oh, that always freaks me out every time that woman's voice comes in and tells me recordings in progress. I'm like, what did I press? I didn't press anything. That's Jamie doing her amazing, or Julie doing her amazing work in the background. We are, if you're following the schedule, we're starting with the proposals that we were introduced to yesterday. So if you weren't here, we were presented two proposals, one on the establishment of a justice committee, and the other for letter writing to the government to reestablish spiritual care within the province. After those proposals were presented, we had breakout times, and you were to discuss the proposals, any clarifying questions, how you felt about them, and any changes, and you sent those notes into the planning team and to the business table. And so with the expectation that they would come back to you today with proposals that reflect the changes and the input that you guys gave us last night. So with that, I'm going to hand over the screen to Daryl Rainey, who is the chair of the planning team and business team. I'm just going to remind you to please make sure that all your mics are muted.
I'll screen share for this. Daryl, it's Julie.
Just a proposal, right? So proposal number one, the feedback. What we heard is a general agreement with the proposal, and some of the questions, suggestions were, there was general agreement that we'd like to see a particular focus on racial justice, anti-racism at this time. Question was asked, why a committee? In the new system of clusters and networks, there was hope for the justice work would happen organically. That hasn't always happened. We need a place where those clusters and networks can connect, and a body that can foster the development of clusters and networks around specific focus areas. A committee can also help the executive of proposing justice and equity policies to the regional council. Question was asked, to whom will they be accountable? All committees and commissions are accountable to the regional council through the executive and have corresponding membership on the executive. The structure of our executive is not representational. How many people will be on the committee was asked, and who will find them, and what will be the makeup? So the executive will establish the number of committee members as part of the terms of reference. Nominations is responsible for filling committees and commissions, and they always strive to find a balance of lay, ordered, and achieve diversity in a variety of areas whenever possible. Will the committee set policy? No, they will recommend to the executive. In our structure, it is the executive or the regional council who sets policy. Wording of the proposals has been changed to reflect that, and you'll see that in a bit. All feedback will be provided to the executive, all the stuff that you did last night, and as they create the terms of reference, and then to the committee once it has been formed to help focus their work. So I will ask, there we go, Julie, if you bring up the proposal there, and you'll see some slight changes in it. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Hon, that the Living Skies Regional Council establish a Justice and Equity Committee to promote justice and equity to all people in the aspect of life and work of the Regional Council. And the size of the committee in terms of reference to be created by the executive. Terms of reference will include, but not limited to, that the Justice and Equity Committee be able to ask for the creation of task groups as needed to focus on particular justice issues. For an example, in anti-racism. That there be a focus on education and resources for communities of faith, and that the committee encourage the formation of relevant networks and clusters. And that the committee develop and recommend policies to the regional council executive on justice based on anti-racist and anti-oppressive principles and the voices from the Black, Indigenous, and peoples of color, the 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples, and the people with the lived experience of poverty, disability, mental illness, and more. and drawing on the past Saskatchewan Conference and present national church justice, equity, and intercultural policies as relevant.
Friends, you've heard the motion. It has been moved and seconded. I will open the floor for discussion. Again, please raise your hand and I will try to address you in order. When I call your name, please make sure you are ready to unmute yourself. Dave Wally.
Yes, just one question there where it says, just a second here, where it says anti-oppressive principles. You've got two negatives there. I was wondering, I'm supporting the motion, but should that not be anti-oppression principles? Because of the two negatives? Two negatives make a positive, so that means we're going to be oppressive.
Thoughts?
I think based on the proposal, we understand the intent of that. And so when we know what we mean. And so I think we're okay with the wording the way it is.
Okay, thanks, Shannon. Thanks, Dave. I'm not seeing any other questions and I don't see any questions in the chat. Therefore, I'm going to call the question. Please remember to not lower your hand. Grammar, Alan? Alan's asking about grammar. Any thoughts, Shannon?
So we understand what we mean, so we're not worried about grammar?
No, I mean, no, really. We do, I trust the grammar people in the world. The executive will understand what our intent is here, and we're speaking to ourselves, so we know. Yes.
So we'll correct it if it needs correcting.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, I'm not sure why we're getting feedback.
Sounds like a haunting laugh.
I know somebody's laughing at us. Okay. Any last? Oh,
there's a question.
Yeah. Yes, we did consult and we got some feedback on the way that the current initials are being used more commonly right now, and so that's why we changed those.
You're welcome, Catherine. Thank you, Carolyn. Carolyn's just pointing out the anti stuff. Okay, so I'm going to call the question and I'm going to remind you to not lower your hands after you have raised them. Let the tech team do that. So I will ask all in favor of this motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. We can remove those.
I think this might be my issue and I don't know how to do it. And I'm supposed to make other people a co-host again. So that's my issue. Sorry.
You see, it's under the Shannon's co-host. Okay, there we go. Done.
Okay, done. Whew. That was a moment. Any opposed to the motion? Please raise your hands now. That motion is carried. Thank you. Daryl, we can move on.
Great. Give me a second here. Okay, so proposal number 2 around spiritual care. What we heard was general agreement with the proposal. Some of the questions and suggestions were, Wanting to be clear, this is for all of Saskatchewan, not specifically to Regina and Saskatoon, and spiritual care for all people and all faiths. Questions about funding of the North and South Saskatchewan hospital chaplaincies. This proposal doesn't speak directly to that. However, Daryl Wood is prepared to speak to the ongoing process of seeking stable funding for the UCC hospital chaplaincies outside of the government spiritual care funding. And so I'll call upon Daryl to do that now.
Yes, I mean, this is not requesting that the provincial government fund the United Church chaplaincies in Saskatchewan, where we are both chaplaincy boards are working to find sustainable funding so that, but this proposal doesn't speak to our own funding. It's to funding the spiritual care in the hospitals for all faiths as well and all people.
Thank you, Daryl. The question was asked, how does this get to the government? The practice in Saskatchewan Conference, as passed by Living Skies and passed on to Living Skies Regional Council at its inaugural meeting, is to create a brief and request a meeting with the government and opposition parties. The executive would work with the originators of the proposal and those with experience in putting together a brief to create what goes to the government. There were several comments about this being an ecumenical interfaith request. Adjusting the proposal to include that would be changing the intent of the originators. However, the executive can explore that further, in consultation will be with chaplaincy boards as to what they might look like based on the feedback. There was a request for the creation of a fact sheet to help congregations. And all feedback will be provided to the executive as they create the brief and prepare the package to help the congregations respond to the proposal. So with that, the motion now reads, moved by Han and seconded by myself, that the Living Skies Regional Council issue a formal request to the Saskatchewan Health Authority, the Provincial Minister of Health, and the Premier of Saskatchewan for the reinstatement of funding and support for spiritual care programs in the provincial healthcare budget, and the Living Skies Regional Council encourage communities of faith and members adherences throughout Living Skies Regional Council to contact their members of Legislative Assembly with a request to reinstate funding and support for spiritual care programs in the provincial healthcare budget. Just want to say we took out one word, and that was to, it was before the funding. I can't remember what the word was, but we took it out just because we didn't want to give a minimal for the government to work with. We want to just say funding. So that's it, Chairperson.
Thank you, Daryl. You've heard the motion. In case Catherine Christie and Diane Robinson, if you didn't see the message, Shannon said, if you are not able to access the raise hand function, no matter what you try, you can register your vote in favor or against the motion in the chat box. We'll watch for that to happen. Our preference is for you to use the raise hand function. At this point, now that the motion has been moved and seconded and presented, I'm going to open the floor for discussion. Bev Diddick. And then Diane Barge, you will follow Bev. Bev Diddick.
We talked about whether to, or how to include that this would get to the opposition as well.
I can speak to that, Tricia. When we send proposals, as stated above in my preamble, when we send a brief to government, we also present that brief to the opposition.
Thank you. Diane?
Thank you. I had that question too in mind, but I just wanted to make an observation. I did send memo in on the email that you provided, and I'm afraid it was in the cool light of dawn that I got it. I served on a health board, and that was back in the 1990s. And some of the health determinants outline social determinants, of which spiritual care, I believe, would come under. In fact, healthcare was considered more than just health services. And so I think if the response comes back that there isn't enough monies in the healthcare budget, this may actually end up being a justice committee approach, because it not only involves mental health, but all those other areas of health that are determined. There's a public agency of Canada that has a list of 12 determinants, and I think the work that the churches do falls under that category. And so I think this would be a larger issue than just a chaplaincy issue, if you understand what I mean.
I think so.
I draw your attention to that, because I think this is something churches should be aware of. It was the churches that started the whole push towards Medicare for accessibility for human beings to have. And we just we've been falling behind other countries. We led the way, and now we're falling behind.
Thanks, Diane.
Thank you.
Brenda Curtis in the chat has highlighted the need to be in contact with other denominations and ecumenical partners who are doing the same work and somehow working together for that. So that would come under the purview of the executive to follow through on that one. And then Sue asks if a letter will go to congregations to be presented during the service to be sent to local MPs and MLAs, and I absolutely, I'm sure we can make that happen. Laura Sundberg asks, what would be the process to increase funding to our chaplaincies? Did we want to have somebody speak to that, Daryl?
Well, I can speak to it,
Shannon. Okay.
So we are working with EDGE and and trying to work with the chaplaincies to figure out sustainable funding. So the reality is we have some funding now that could help the chaplaincies, but it can't last forever. So what we're really trying to do is work to create a stable source of funding moving forward. And some of the money that came in from assessments is going to help them with that. And they also can apply for mission support money through the regional council and so on. So that process is separate from this, and it is in process now, and they're working on that.
Thanks, Shannon. And thank you, Bonnie. Yes, we need to lobby our MLAs, not our MPs. Still working out the ins and outs of this government. Any other questions, friends? Janine?
Yes, is this proposal talking about broad spiritual care, or is it talking about ecumenical chaplaincies?
It's talking about broad spiritual care.
Okay. Because I think that needs to be clear in this. Or maybe it is.
Well, it says the reinstatement of funding and support for spiritual care programs in the provincial healthcare budget.
Yeah, I'm asking because I know we discussed it in our small group yesterday, but in some of the previous questions when we're talking about working with our other ecumenical partners, I was hearing a hint that maybe that wasn't the case.
Okay, I think maybe what I saw Lorna and then Emily, so I'm going to let them, I think they probably want to speak to that. So Lorna.
Sorry, clicking in the wrong spot on the microphone. This is intended to provide the general support for spiritual care. So in terms of the people that would be involved, my hope would be that they would provide non-denominational multi-faith chaplains in the larger facilities. But there is support needed for chaplains like Emily and I in terms of administrative support, but there's also the need for support for leaders from faith communities like United Church ministers and Muslim imams to have a list of people that they can visit. So it's a both and. So general support for spiritual care of all kinds, but also the kind of support that's needed for all of the faith communities in the province of whatever faith.
Thanks, Lorna.
Tricia, there's a request in the chat just to remind people how they vote on phone, which is to press *9. You can raise your hand pressing *9, and that's also how you vote, because you vote by raising your hand.
So there's some chat going on. Lorna, are you wanting to say more, or is your hand just still up? Okay, I have Valerie Barnes, Valerie, and then Emily. Valerie?
Sorry, I got interrupted by another phone call, and I thought we were voting. So
no, not yet.
So, no. Okay, so no, I don't have a question.
Okay. Really. Okay. Thank you, Valerie. Emily?
I just think there's
Oh, Emily, you're muted again.
So just to answer some of the questions that I'm seeing, we are joining together with other denominations who are also asking and have been asking to reinstate spiritual care. So we're sort of joining our voice with our friends in other faith communities. And there's sort of two different words: spiritual care within the government, within the health authority or the jails or whatever, means spiritual care for everybody, you know, who might have a spirit. What Lauren and I are called is denominational chaplains. So our request says spiritual care, and that certainly is for all people. What we do is spiritual as denominational chaplains, but that would be sort of a different, slightly different title. The churches, the denominations, fund their own denominational chaplains, and the government historically, and not anymore, funds spiritual care, which ensures that all the people in the hospital have spiritual care. But it also means that when we denominational chaplains go to the hospital to give spiritual care to our own communities, there's somebody there who's got a list for us, helps us get around, makes our tags, all that kind of stuff. So it's a connection point for us so that we can do our work more effectively.
Thanks, Emily. I appreciate that. Bev, Didick?
Emily was just confirmed what I was wondering about, which was availability of lists, because that has been taken away,
right?
Well,
in Regina and most places,
right. And the reason that we're having trouble getting lists, some hospitals still do have some lists, but you need someone to make the list, print the list, hand out the list. work with the hospital to find out what the spiritual care needs are. And so that's why we need both government funding and funding from our own denominations.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that you have somehow somebody makes up the list, and that's good. But for example, in Regina, we don't have the list. That's been taken away from us because that was part of the the support that was pulled because it was being done by staff.
Okay, I'm going to just draw us back to the proposal at this point because we're sort of veering off. There's been some chat in the chat box. I think we are mostly just stating comments at this point. I'm going to focus us back and get you ready for the question. So you've seen the proposal. All in favor of the proposal as you see it, please raise your hand now. Thank you. We can remove those. Any opposed? Please raise your hand now. That is carried. Thank you, friends. Thank you, Daryl, for walking us through that. We're going to take a moment to enjoy some music. Oh, Salesi, you have a question? No, you were there and then you go. Oh, okay. We have some music, so I'm going to turn it over to Dawn to share those pieces with us.
Let us give thanks to God. Salicumai, let us give thanks to God. Salicumai, let us give thanks to God.
If you want to know why you're so tired so often, look at this banana. It's fresh, bright.
We will not
Very nice.
It was beautiful. Thank you again, Holwyn. At this time, we're going to double back on some stuff that we had to just bump to this point in the agenda. So I'm going to invite you to watch these next two videos. We're going to start with one from St. Andrew's College, followed by a message from our moderator. Oh, hold on, Dawn. Doug had a question I'm just going to address first. Doug?
And do you have a count on the last two votes we took?
No.
I do.
Oh, you do? Oh, no, never mind. I'm lying too. Sorry, Doug.
So they were both passed overwhelmingly, 135 to 2 on one of them, and 137 to 1 or 2 on the second one. So they carried overwhelmingly.
Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Dawn, we can launch into our St. Andrew's video. Thank you.
Friends, as you gather for your regional council meeting, we bring greetings to you from St. Andrew's College. In this time of Easter promise, in the midst of the challenges of living in a pandemic exile, know that we send our very best to you as you gather, discern, and make decisions to share the gospel. I also want to share that the college is on the cusp of sharing some exciting news, which hopefully will come out throughout the spring and into the summer. As many of you know, we've had to make some very difficult choices, and that has not been an easy time for the college. And I am grateful for the challenge and the support that we have received both from our traditional prairie context and across the country. I invite you to pay attention as these announcements come out and point to a commitment to lifelong learning in a way that is new for the college, and also to ensure that we continue with our commitment to academic programming in partnership with our Saskatoon Theological Union friends. So stay tuned. One of the decisions that came out of the discernment of our strategic plan last year was the establishment of a new role, that of a recruitment officer. And so with that new news, which some of you already know about, I introduce you to the college's first recruitment officer, Sean Sanford-Beck.
Thank you, Richard. And good to see all of you virtually. I'm very glad to have heard from many of you over the past few months that I've been here at the college. I've had the opportunity to meet some of you online and over the phone. And it's been a real pleasure to get to know the work of the regional councils a little bit in this part of our good land. I want to extend my thanks to you for all the work that you do as regional councils to keep the message of Christ spreading and the power of the Spirit at work in our midst. I also want to say thanks in advance for all of you who will be contacting me over the next season of our life together, as you send me names of people who you have identified from in your midst who are being called into ministry or who would like to study theology in one way or another. Really, you are all the eyes and the ears and the hearts on the ground watching for people who are being called into ministry. And so I would just really encourage you to be in touch with me and with the college as you feel it appropriate to do so, and let me know who are those people in your midst being called to God's work. Because here at St. Andrews, we would really like to have a part in training those folks and equipping them for the ministry of God in the world. So blessings on your work. Thanks for giving us a few minutes of your time. We commend our written report to you. Have a look at that. And please do keep us in your prayers, the college and all of its students and faculty and staff. Keep us in your prayers, and our blessings go with you. Thank you.
Au nom de Christ, que la grâce et la paix soient avec vous, qui vous rassemblez dans votre région. I'm glad that I have the chance to stop and be with you, even if it's just for a moment. It's been quite a year, hasn't it? The COVID-19 pandemic has pushed us into places and practices that were new to many of us just a year and a bit ago. La poste traditionnelle, les courriels, l'école du dimanche sur écran, les camps d'été sur d'autres formes, et bien plus. Vous avez trouvé des façons de vivre le ministère que le Christ nous a confié, de rendre l'amour de Dieu tangible, de suivre l'Esprit Saint, même dans les moments où il était interdit de s'éloigner de la maison. You have found ways to make sure that people have what they need to survive, to live, and hopefully to thrive. So, thank you. You amazing, wonderful, awesome disciples of Jesus Christ. Thank you. You have done so very much. It is impossible for me to express how deeply honored I am to be part of this United Church of Canada, to be part of you. Merci beaucoup. En cette période de transition où nous cheminions vers une étape empreinte d'inconnu, je suis convaincu que Dieu est avec nous et que nous sommes toutes et tous ensemble. This coming year will bring a lot. The General Council Executive's strategic planning process is well underway, with the view to bring a plan that will help the General Council, the General Secretary, and General Council staff, as well as the wider United Church, with direction based on our shared mission, vision, and values. While a great deal of input has been and is being sought, so that this plan will be collectively ours, one of the ways that you can help is to hold all of this work in intentional prayer, that our discernment might be clear, compassionate, and guided by God's love. Le 44e Conseil général approche à grands pas. Ce rassemblement différera de tous les autres puisqu'il aura lieu dans un espace virtuel. Cette façon de faire recèle des possibilités et des occasions que nous commençons à peine à imaginer. The meeting will open in February 2022 and close in August 2022, dates to be announced. Between the opening and the closing, there will be opportunities for General Council commissioners to participate in learning sessions, in discussion sessions, in informal and formal small group conversations, and in decision-making sessions, including the election of a new moderator. All of these experiences will be in front of the computer, or phone, or tablet. So it is helpful that many of us have built experience with these tools over the past year. The General Council Planning Committee is hoping, too, that meeting this way will allow us ways to bring the entire church, not just the General Council commissioners, together in learning, in worship, and in connection. Our theme, Who do you say I am? Et vous, qui dites-vous que je suis? Medowich Echa Mangi is an invitation for us to explore who Jesus Christ is for us, his disciples known as the United Church of Canada, in this part of the 21st century. J'espère que ces gens qui choisissent de mettre à contribution leurs dons, leurs talents et leur temps comme représentantes et représentantes au Conseil général, plongeront dans les eaux profondes que soulève cette question, tout en invitant d'autres interlocuteurs à participer à la discussion. Nous verrons donc où cette exploration nous mènera. It's going to take time and energy, and no matter how hard we work to make all the technology work together, it's probably going to have some times of frustration. I know that, along with me and the Planning Committee, the General Council staff is committed to making this the best experience we can. I hope that your regional gathering is fruitful and that you continue to support and celebrate one another in these changing times. Please know that you and your communities of faith are constantly in my prayers and that I hold you in my love. La paix du Christ est avec vous.
Friends, at this point, I'm going to invite Darrell Rainey to introduce our next piece of work.
Thanks, Tricia.
You're welcome.
By now, you're probably getting sick of seeing me, and here's the nominations plug. You'll notice that there's only 3 members for this coming year's planning committee. And so that's why I'm doing so many things, is because there was only a few of us members on there. So to help out that you don't see a face like mine all the time on the screen, maybe you could sign up and join the planning committee. So that's just my plug for them at the moment. So our next piece. In the opening worship, we heard some very powerful messages about racism. The church in Living Skies has heard, maybe not the whole church, but you as both lay and paid leaders of the church have heard about racism. So to start with, I want to say, I am a racist. I realized this is a few months ago. As hard as I think I have worked to be a non-racist, I still am. I have lots of work ahead of me to do. Michael Blair, the General Secretary, says that attending to who is at the table, who is missing, who cannot participate, and how we justify the makeup of the table invites us to ask questions about our blinders. This has been really evident for me as a member of the Board of Vocation when we continually struggle with finding a diverse board and all the committees of that board throughout our church. And so that work on the board has opened my eyes up more to how I feel as a white male and where my racist attitudes lie sometimes. Living Skies region is on the edge of diving into racism and oppression and all that sort of stuff in our communities of faith, our region, and throughout our communities that we live in. We would like to have had something more expansive for this gathering if we were to have been in person, but we decided this couldn't happen as it would not work well, a longer presentation, and we needed to set up safe spaces for everyone. So this afternoon, we have a short video followed by some questions to reflect on. And so now I'm gonna ask Julie to share Michael Blair's video.
I've been asked to reflect a little bit on the importance of the work of racial justice in the life of the Christian community. I'm mindful that the resurrected Jesus is recognized by the breaking of bread as he sat at table with the two disciples who he journeyed with from Jerusalem to Emmaus. The story has shaped the imagination of the early Christian communities, and consequently, the table has become a central symbol of the Christian tradition. Some parts of the tradition guard the table, only allowing those who meet certain criteria to join and celebrate in communion. The table and its practices have become part of the identity of some denominations. For those of us who in the United Church, we affirm that the table is open, that it is in fact the table of the Lord, and it is the Lord who invites all of God's people to sit at table, to recognize each other, to celebrate, and to share in the breaking of bread as a symbol of both community and hospitality. And so in our affirmation, we name both the importance of the open table and hospitality as critical to our understanding of faith. The practice of an open table is also an opportunity for us to explore our understanding of justice and inclusion. The question of who is present and who is missing and why becomes critical. What our open table says about our self-understanding becomes critical. Attending to who is at the table, who is missing, who cannot participate, and how we justify the makeup of the table invites us to ask questions about our blinders. It is here that the conversation about race becomes significant. Have we been blinded to people in our communities? What assumptions have we made about the other? Our attention to these questions is rooted our attention to these questions is not rooted in either political correction or liberal guilt, but about our fundamental understanding of an open table and our identity of being a just and inclusive church. I mean,
So friends, is that video finished, Julie? It is, okay. We want to enter into a time of personal reflection, so I'm going to actually ask you to take a pen and paper if you want to write down some of the responses that you may have. We're not going to share those, but the first question we want to ask is who's at the table of racial justice? And take 30 seconds or maybe a minute, and we'll move on to the next question. So what does this reflect on that for a bit? Who was present at that table? And now reflect on who was missing at the table. And now I'd like you to reflect for the next minute, why? Why are some present and some missing? So attending to the who is at the table, who is missing, who cannot participate, and how we justify the makeup of the table invites us to ask questions about our blinders. So now I'd like us to engage these questions. How would we engage these questions in our communities of faith, our ministry setting? Who is present, who is missing, and why? And maybe what resources have been helpful to you? So we're gonna either ask people to put it in the chat box, or you can raise your hands, we'll acknowledge you. And this is a time of careful consideration, of being careful what we say, and just answering those things, what you would do with your community. Michelle says, I also question why marginalized and oppressed peoples are expected to set the table, serve the food in small bites, and do the dishes. And Yvonne Terry said, the other day I heard a comment by a panelist. He said, if you don't have a seat at the table, you're probably on the menu. Very powerful statement. Anybody have any thoughts about how they could engage these questions in their community of faith? Everybody's in deep reflecting right now.
Or they're napping.
Napping, that could be it, Tracy. Russell Mitchell Walker says, we need to raise these questions at our boards and committee. Who is at the table? Who is missing and why? How can we change? It's going by too fast. How can we change this? Books like White Fragility and How to Be an Anti-Racist. Discussion at a table service. We said June. Nora Vedra says, we try to engage with PAGC and keep conversation open, but also do the work together. And maybe Nora could tell us who PAGC is.
Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button. It's too bright out here. PAGC, PA Grand Council.
Thank you.
It's Albert Grand Council. And the other person that I've worked with who's been amazing is the Indigenous resource person at the city police. Oh, my hair is terrible. Just a phenomenal person who has so much wisdom to share. And then also working with the elders at the police has been a really incredible experience.
Thank you, Nora. Kathleen James Kevin said, in the spirit of thinking about what we say and how we say it, I would like the church to reconsider the negative implications for people with disabilities of a metaphor of blindness. I do not mean to derail the conversation. Thank you, Kathleen. That's something we need to think about. Deb Anderson Pratt says, have any of you ever considered our feast is our table? No, but I haven't, Deb, but I've also been invited to the feast table. Kathleen Christie says, so well shown by Tisdale Pastoral Charge, book study, racism study. Yes, very good. And Carol B. McKenzie says, what are some phrases we say that are racist but don't realize they are? Valerie Barnes, Canal Jordan, through liturgy studies, community involvement, board committees, open communication with neighbors. Diane Young says, an excellent resource that began my learning journey is the Indigenous Canada course to Karosar and the University of Alberta. Bonnie Morton says, use this video to help set the stage and ask folks to set up with the questions that made me have time to set aside to discuss our reflections. And Lorna King says, I expect hope that our discussions around affirming will open some discussions of who is present and missing. Any further thoughts about how you could take these questions back to your community? Does anybody know of other resources? I think Russell mentioned some. White Fragility is a very good book, and I had to read it twice to get it. Well, I really didn't get it, but figure out some of the stuff. And I also did a book study with a group across Canada that weren't all church people as well.
A Canadian context is The Skin We're In.
And Val Cottrell says, before First Nations people are sitting at our table, we need to go and sit at their table. Very true. Janae Brownlee said, clearing the land. Jordan Cantwell, we need to cultivate in our communities of faith a tolerance for discomfort, because there's no way to have these conversations without becoming uncomfortable. So true, Jordan. I've been uncomfortable a lot on the Board of Vocation around these conversations. Very well said, since your statement and others from the racialized people on the news, I realize that I am a racist too, because I do not have to fear what will happen to me when I go out the door. Very true, Barry. From Janine Klein, and speaking of marriage and partnership, I catch myself speaking of husband and wife rather than husband and husband, wife, and so on. Diane Berg, we have a Matthew 25 lunch once a month for those who want a meal, not just those who have money, but also lonely. We're getting more Indigenous people dropping in. The meal is funded by the church and community, but many have their own church in town. It is still a moment of connection. Also have members supporting low-income groups through a local center that tends to focus on Indigenous needs and traditions, as they are at the moment form the largest need. Matthias Ross, Forum for Intercultural Leadership and Learning offers workshops from time to time. Thank you for that resource, Matthias. Shelley Manley Tannis says, Mayfair did one of our book studies on how to be an anti-racist, but by Ibram Kendi. We purchased the books with funding from the region. If another congregation would like them, we can pass along several copies. Hey, be the first one to talk to Shelley and get the books. Lindsay Moan said, Austin Channing Brown's book, I'm Still Here, Black Dignity in the World Made for Whiteness, was a really accessible read and made for a great book study opportunity. Francis Kitston says, another good book is about the Canadian context. They said this would be fun by Trinity Martis. Valerie Barnes, Canal Jordan, the U of T course I mentioned before, and being open to mix with others, particularly Indigenous people, and don't take leadership or take over. They will teach you. Ursula Wigg said, I was brought up in a segregated colonial society, so it was later seeing people seemingly interact without prejudice that made me realize my own racism. So one approach is to ask people what experience they've had, being illuminating. Kathleen James Cavan, I believe we need to dig into the question, who owns the table? As someone said above, the sense of ownership sets up who has established the system that oppresses. I invite Robert Hayes to speak. He has his hand up.
I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Julia Graham says, are there some ways the regional council specifically can support you all raising these crucial questions in your ministry? Good question, Julie. Maybe some responses could happen from there. Frances Kitson has her hand up.
One reply to Julie's question. As a minister in a small town that doesn't have reserves nearby and no obvious Indigenous leaders, communities with whom to connect in the area, one helpful thing from the regional council would be networking, whether it's providing a list of folks who are willing to, Indigenous folks or racialized folks would be willing to connect with, tell their stories, or even just support in terms of how do I go about breaking out of the whiteness of this one community I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you, Frances. Someone mentioned provide a list of resources that people have mentioned. Beth Johnson, fear what they will take over and we've lost enough already. Injustice breeds fear and mistrust. Valerie says land and understanding the interconnectedness of all things, which traditionally Indigenous people understand at the core of their being. It hasn't been too broken. Nora, you have your hand up. Would you like to unmic?
Just when you read with Beth's thing there about the injustice breeds fear and mistrust, I was at a meeting this week about vaccine hesitancy with the Sask Health Authority, and they were just kind of rating the reasons why people aren't getting their vaccines. And one of the top, I think it was like top 3, they'd labeled it culture and ethnicity, basically saying that there's a high vaccine hesitancy within our First Nation Indigenous population. And I was amazed and impressed, I guess, when a person in the meeting said, we need to change that. It's not culture and ethnicity, it's trauma. That there's a mistrust that's been bred because of injustice within the system. And we're painting it as a cultural decision, and it's not a cultural decision. It's grounded in trauma, and we need to name that. And it was, yeah, it was an interesting moment, and there was a lot of shocked looks, but I was impressed.
Thank you, Nora. That's a good understanding to have. Owen says, peoples of color may have different process and roles. It may need to start recognizing and dismantling the minority myth within us. And he cites a YouTube video, I believe there, right, Owen? And Nubuko, I think it's about time and relationship. None of our engagement with racism is going to be fixed in a 3-hour workshop. Nope. We sometimes get all excited and want to fix it now without building relationships. Very important. Diane Berg says, get to know someone who is of a different culture and tradition and sexual orientation. Have son married to residential school survivor, so see the everyday effects on the person. See the effects on the grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Need constant patience, listening, and care. Systems are more concerned with economic efficiencies than actual care. And Carolyn Sparling Woodall has her hand up. Carolyn.
Thanks. One of the things that we've seen with COVID is that very often people's opinions are changed when it affects someone they know or themselves. Not everyone's opinion, but many people's opinion is changed. And so I feel that one of the issues that we have to deal with is encouraging empathy. And to do that, people have to find a way to see themselves, to experience within themselves some sense of what the other might be experiencing. So I just have a little quick story that actually I put on a Facebook post yesterday. I think Jennifer Palin was asking some questions. So I think it was United Church website page. A couple of years ago, while I was on sabbatical, I was hiking west along the coast west of Victoria, and I came upon a sign that said treaty signpost, and I thought, oh, this is interesting. I'll go and see what First Nation treaty this signpost reflects on. And when I got to the signpost, I was gobsmacked because it was not a First Nation treaty. It was an acknowledgement of the 49th parallel treaty. And all of a sudden, in the midst of Trump's America, I was like, oh my God, and I say that specifically, we are all treaty people. And if we don't honor the treaties that keep our life the way we hope that it will be, we are all undone. And so if settler people can begin to see the treaties that hold our lives the way we want them, maybe we can begin to get a clue how important it is for us to honor the promises that we've made in treaties with First Nations in this land, and that people count on the promises that others make. And that's critically important. And I think that understanding our experience and as settler people, what we sort of assume is going to be honored, maybe we can start to unpack a little bit of our responsibility.
Daryl? Did we lose Daryl?
Is it me that just went out, or did everybody go down?
I think it was just you.
Okay.
I was just going to say to you that Celeste has his hand up.
Thank you, Celeste. Please go ahead.
I'm part of the Western Intercultural Task Force thing. And we often talk awkwardly and sometimes very uncomfortable for the minority people like us. And I often ask them, what makes you uncomfortable? And they will start to share the pain. And I asked once of our meeting, ask why the Canadian find it uncomfortable to welcome us as a part of the family. Because it's one stage, I think, church is a foster home. And it's more political in a way. But at least those who are seeking a home find a place to shelter themselves. For me, I'm like to honor all the minority people who are here or listen to me in a part of the intercultural thing. We need to join with the white Canadians in honoring and recognize and acknowledge the right of the First Nation. Because for me, if we cannot complete it, we are in a long process of trying to find a bigger table to share all things. We have committed, and I dare say, the United States have been nice, recognize and accept and welcoming people of ethnic minority to be part of our ministry. But I ask this question for those minority or ethnic minority. What brings us to here? And who and why? And I ask this question for all of us as a family of the United Church. What is the role and where do we fit in this ongoing process of social justice? It is a process. There's no need to change it as a revolution. But as a Christian, we need to engage as a process. Because if we are not careful, a lot of people will fall out. But we are on the edge of declining. It's a sensitive and an honest issue. And we need to improve the style of work that we have. Minority ethnic people claiming a space have to ask this question. I always do. Am I fit in to be in a board? What I need to do? What I need to require to become an effective and a better ministry personnel? Because that's the issue. Where I say I'm the only color and my wife in this order. But I witness the white people here. They never see, but they give generously on the table of the Lord to the mission and the service of the United Church. And they read the same thing over and over again, ever since I moved to this part of Canada. But I leave that question. For our meeting is an issue of social justice. Ask yourself, what is our individual role? Where do we fit in? And that's why and what. I talk too much, but this is my party. Thank you.
Thank you, Salesi. It is your party, yeah. Couple more comments. Yvonne Terry said, one must be willing to walk a minute in my shoe and recognize the discomfort due to the pebble in it. And Julie Graham says, amen, Yvonne, even the smallest pebble hurts, injures. And some of us don't recognize that nearly enough, including myself in that. John Clark, would you like to mic?
Thanks, Daryl. I just wanted to read 3 sentences from the former moderator, Stan McKay. And I just got permission from Nanette to use this today, but it is a statement that has really guided me over the past number of years. So from Stan McKay, there must be a change in perspective about the way in which Aboriginal peoples would be engaged with Canadian society in the quest for reconciliation. We cannot perpetuate the paternalistic concept that only Aboriginal peoples are in need of healing. The perpetrators are wounded and marked by history in ways that are different from the victims, but both groups require healing. How can a conversation about reconciliation take place if all involved do not adopt an attitude of humility and respect? And I think it's been a good week probably for many of us to think about ways in which we as a church have been disfigured and are wounded and marked by our oppression, historical and present. So thank you.
Thank you for those words, Jan. Appreciate them. Deb Anderson Pratt, would you like to unmute?
Hi. As a racialized person my entire life, I even find it hard to talk about how do you become unprejudiced. Because it's not just in the white people. I've experienced it in my own people, against the white people. And I've come to see that it has put a lot of barriers up between our peoples. And I think that is the biggest issue as to why the Aboriginal people and the non-native churches are separate, is that the racism exists in both communities. And how do we overcome it, not just in your community, but in our community? How do we approach my people in breaking down the years and years of racism that we faced to invite the Aboriginal people to be accepting and open to working together with non-Aboriginal people. I've experienced that a lot in the unwillingness of my people to trust what the white person says, to accept what you say. And I struggle with that myself a lot. I really have a struggle right now because I'm uncertain where I belong. I'm part of the Aboriginal ministries and I'm part of the region. The Aboriginal ministries interviewed me for ordination. And one of the biggest racist comments I heard 3 years ago and landed me in a mental institute for a month was I was too Indigenous, not enough Christian to be ordained. And that come from a person of my own nationality. I'm really finding it difficult working with both churches or segments, or we're so far apart. And that plays heavy on my heart. How do we bring us back together? And I understand you all respecting the Aboriginal Ministry's requests. And I don't totally agree with all of it either. I was raised to honor my traditional upbringing my great-grandmother gave me. I believe today I walk in my great-grandmother's footsteps. She was a traditional medicine woman, and she taught us a lot of our traditional stuff. And then Christianity came and totally screwed her up. Excuse the language, and she had a hard time balancing honoring her traditional upbringing, her traditional beliefs, and respecting the Christian teachings. I sometimes feel that old lady coming in on me, but I have an understanding of my traditional teachings and a little bit of the Christian teachings. I've had to wipe out what Christianity first brought to me as a child and relearn, and I'm still learning. But I in my heart, I carry both. Are you willing to carry both? Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Some comments, and I hope somebody's capturing these resources that we can put out a list on in the future. Thought-provoking resource on empathy. There is an article in Sojourners by a white anti-racist educator teaching at the U of S. Healing and growing is our own responsibility. Bill Pollock said we have our work to do, some of it separately, and I'm assuming some of it together. And Carol Beal McKenzie, sorry, no one can do it for us, that's true. And thank you for sharing, Deb. And Russell Mitchell Walker says we need to honor two ways for those who are in both Indigenous and Christian. My daughter-in-law, whose creed talks about living in both worlds. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for your input on this. It's just the tip. It's, I hope in our future, in the years to come, that we encourage one another and ourselves to work towards right relationship with one another, and where our church can flourish to be the church for all people. So thank you for this time, and I'll hand it back to Tricia now.
I wonder if we might just take a moment to recenter ourselves with prayer. So let's pray, friends. Holy One, who gifted creation with diversity, be with us as we discern how to live with respect, not only of that creation, but of each other. Honoring the diversity found within each human being. Learning, listening, opening ourselves to lived experience. As we continue our work towards being an anti-racist church, help us to know that this work is unending. Help us to know that we grow with each step we take. And that with each step, we move into a reality that mirrors and reflects the dream you hold for creation. Open our hearts, open our ears, open our eyes, open our minds, so that we might be aware and alert to the learnings and the journey. Amen. Hohen, who is our tech guy, incredible. I'm just reading Deb's request. Yes, Deb, if you'd like to sing a warrior song, we'll do that, and then we will move into our work around honoring our retirees. Deb, I invite you to unmute.
Hi. I bring this to the circle. I learned it in 2010 when I went for treatment with my daughter, my youngest daughter, when she was 14 in BC. They taught us this song, and it's a woman's song. Only a woman can sing it. It's called a Woman's Warrior Song. And it was written by a woman in one of the communities there that made the song for her community to when they were going through a difficult time. And it's meant to give you strength in difficulties that you face. Oh, aho means I'm done talking. Hey, 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 yeah, yo, yeah, yo, hey, hey, yeah, yo, yeah, yo, hey, hey, yeah, yo, hey, 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 yeah, yo, yeah, yo, hey, hey, yeah, yo, yeah, yo, hey, hey, yeah, yo, hey, 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 yeah, yo, yeah, yo, hey, hey, yeah, yo, yeah, yo, hey, hey, yeah, yo, hey, 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 yeah, yo, yeah, yo, hey, hey, yeah, yo, yeah, yo, hey, hey, yeah, yo. Aho. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb, for that gift. So Hohen Lee has created a video celebrating our ordinand, our admittand, and our retirees. And we have, like we've said before, we are deeply grateful for the gifts that Hohen has been sharing with us. So I'm going to invite you to watch this video now as Dawn puts it up for us.
is a balm in Gilead. It comes like wisdom, speaks like children. It's a sight to the blind and a strength to my weakness. It's something for soul, body, mind. There is a balm in Gilead. It's a rest for the weary, a song to the sore. It's the dew to my dryness that fills me with joy when I had none. There is a balm in Gilead. It's a spring in the desert for the withered of soul. It's a strength and a power that keeps making you whole. It's the question you're asking and the answer you need. It's the face you've been seeking, the one you've been begging to see. There is a balm in Gilead. It's the trash and the remnants of all my train wrecks coming together and still heading out west like a blank paycheck that's paying off the back rent, taking me further to whatever's to happen next. There is a balm in Gilead. It's the light of the dawn. It's the scales without measure. It's the bread of a baker and the blood of a maker. It's the water I long for and the story on fire. It's the breath and the magic and the something to die for. It's the laying down of the shepherd at night. You bring a beginning. You spark a heart that's gone too light, and you jump the spine. You stun like a cannon. You show the scars of your darkest night in the morning light. I have waited for you. I have waited so long. Oh, you bite like a new light. You cut the medals on the floor, and you break the bite. You blind like the lights on a brighter sun to run the sky, always on my side.
Celebrating all that we have been blessed with through those retirees, the ordinand and the admittend. We hold them in our hearts, and we will continue to honor them when we move into our time of worship. At this point, I'd like to invite Daryl Rainey to offer some final announcements for our gathering.
Thanks, Tricia. Tech team, do we have that UCRD slide? Just a reminder again, the great sale. I hope at the break you took a chance to go check out the sale at UCRD, and just remember it's the password, whatever that was, sale, something sale, but I expect they'll
sale on sale.
Sale on sale. Thanks, Tricia. Sale on sale. Remember that. And hopefully we got this corrected. So the opportunities on Zoom. So you'll see them there, the residential school storytelling, Thursday, June 10th. Step 3, question and answer, hosted by the TNT gang. Hey, that's like dynamite. A chance to explore consideration in person worship, Thursday, June 10th. And then VAM, hosted by the Committee of Ministry Personnel Support, a chance to understand the requirements for a voluntary associate minister. And that's Thursday, June 17th at 10 a.m. And just a reminder that if you don't have your service ready, that the good folks of Westminster United Church in Humboldt and Friends, Quill Plains, and the Anglican Church up there has put together a great video, or the liturgy and message and everything all in one package. And so that's available for you. And I'm not sure if we've gotten any e-transfers, but I'd really like to see Sandra retire, because we don't get the $3,000. Sandra won't be retiring. We won't allow it. So we'll have to find a small rural pastoral charge somewhere for her to go. And if we get to that 5,000, you might see my friend Daryl retire eventually. So just remember the e-transfer, I'm sure will be back up in the chat box, where you can e-transfer to the United Church. Put in specifically if you want to go to the mission service or whatever you want it to go to. It might be, most of the time we try to collect for the mission service fund and transfer that on to the national church for God's work and mission in the world. So thank you, and that's it for announcements, I believe.
Thanks, Daryl. Susan Reed would also like to remind you that the nominations email address is in the chat box. And so if you feel called to any of the 14 options that are open right now, please contact Susan and the amazing nominations team, and they will connect you with a position for you to live into. I'm going to offer you the opportunity to stretch for just a minute before we move into a time of worship. So and Heather's put the e-transfer email up for M&S donations. So one big stretch, stand up, move around if you need to. Don't go far, because in about 30 seconds, we are going to move into our worship as offered by Shelley Manley-Tennis and Jen Dresser. Yvonne Terry, do you have a question for me?
No, I have a comment.
You have a comment?
Yes.
Comment away.
As a member of the nominations committee, even if we don't, we can find a position for anybody who wants to put their name in.
Sounds like a good plan.
That's what I want to say.
Thanks, Yvonne. Okay, friends, I'm going to invite you to settle into your chairs, to, well, wherever you happen to be, to breathe deep, to take a deep, deep breath and let it go. And allow the space that you find yourself in to become sacred space, to know that it is sacred space. And as we enter into this time of worship with Shelley and Jen, know that God is right there with us as we celebrate and as we mark and as we covenant. I'm going to invite Shelley and Jen to unmute and join us.
Thanks, Tricia. I just want to make sure my everyone can hear me, that my microphone's working because I haven't spoken yet today.
We can hear you.
Good morning, friends. Good afternoon. Shelley and I are pleased to welcome you to this final worship today. And our worship time this afternoon includes a time of saying goodbye to beloved communities of faith, saying goodbye to sacred worship spaces, saying goodbye to people we love, and covenanting with communities of faith in our region. And our worship today is based around the themes of Isaiah 55. And so you'll be hearing words and phrases from that passage throughout the service today. So friends, welcome, and take a few moments to settle and be present in this place, wherever you find yourself. Come, gather to worship, to praise, to lament, to be among God's people. You are honored guests and welcome here. When we are tired and thirsty, the Creator offers rest and refreshment. When we celebrate and give thanks, all creation shouts and laughs and claps with joy. When we covenant with each other, the Holy is steadfast in strengthening the bonds between us. In all our places and ways, we are not alone. Thanks be to God. I invite you into a few moments of prayer together. Always present Creator and Sustainer, we have gathered as your people over the last 2 days. Today we celebrate and lament, we grieve, and we find hope. We trust in your loving presence surrounding and connecting us through this time and beyond. Amen.
And a reading from Isaiah 55, as Jen mentioned earlier, which the NRSV entitles An Invitation to Abundant Life. Oh, everyone who thirsts, come to the water. And you that have no money, come, buy and eat. Come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. Why do you spend your money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which does not satisfy? Listen carefully to me, and eat what is good, and delight yourselves in rich food. Incline your ear and come to me. Listen, so that you may live. I will make with you an everlasting covenant, my steadfast, sure love for David. See, I made him a witness to the peoples, a leader and a commander for the peoples. See, you shall call nations that you do not know, and nations that you do not know shall run to you, because of the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, for he has glorified you.
Seek the Lord while the Lord may be found, and call upon the Lord while he is near. Let the wicked forsake their ways, and the unrighteous their thoughts. Let them return to the Lord, that God may have mercy on them, and to our God, for they will be abundantly pardoned. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways my ways, says the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts.
For as the rain and the snow come down from heaven, and do not return there until they have watered the earth, making it bring forth and sprout, giving seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goes from my mouth. It shall not return to me empty, but it shall accomplish that which I purpose, and succeed in the thing for which I sent it.
For you shall go out in joy, and be led back in peace. The mountains and the hills before you shall burst into song, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. Instead of the thorn shall come up the cypress. Instead of the briar shall come up the myrtle. And it shall be to the Lord for memorial, for an everlasting sign that shall not be cut off.
Soil of God, you and I stand ready to bear seeds of faith nourished by God's tender care, growing in everyone, for here God is found. All stand together, we are holy ground. Soil of God, you and I, now ready to be part of God's promise for others to see. Open to everyone, for here God is found. All stand together, we are holy ground. Soil of God, you and I, now called to rebirth, joining as partners with all of the earth, living in harmony, for here God is found. All stand together, this is
Over the last year, since we worked together, we have said goodbye to beloved communities of faith, to beloved places of worship, and to beloved people. We take time now in community to acknowledge these losses and to remember all that these connections have meant for us and to be held as we lament their loss.
Our communities of faith are places where we experience a connection with the holy through our relationships with each other. These are places where we celebrate together and struggle with each other. We are bound together as we gather in sacred places to celebrate communion and baptism, to worship, to learn, to pray, and to serve together. These communities of faith strengthen, encourage, and challenge us at various times in our lives.
When our communities of faith or spaces in which we worship no longer exist, we feel the loss of connection and support. We might also feel the relief of no longer needing to carry the load or the exhaustion that comes often with struggle.
And so today we lift up the name, communities of faith and places of worship that have closed over the last year. Brithter Congregation of the Humboldt Pastoral Charge, Borden Pastoral Charge, Fillmore Grace United Church Congregation of Prairie Points Pastoral Charge, Gravelburg St. Stephen's Congregation of the Gravelburg Pastoral Charge, Manor Knox United Pastoral Charge Shared Ministry, Nokomis Congregation of the Lanigan Nokomis Pastoral Charge, and Redvers Knox United Lutheran Pastoral Charge Shared Ministry.
As we have watched beloved communities and spaces die, let us hear again the words from Scripture. Everyone who thirsts, come to the waters. And you that have no money, come, buy and eat. Come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. Why do you spend your money for that which is not bread, and your labor for that which does not satisfy? Listen carefully to me and eat what is good, and delight yourselves in rich food.
Where is Yahweh when we are thirsty for community and our community no longer exists? Where is Yahweh when we have no money to maintain ministries and buildings in ways that are familiar? How do we buy and eat then? Where is Yahweh as we struggle in labor and toil, in tiredness and exhaustion? Even then, is it possible to eat what is good and delight in the presence of Yahweh among us?
Even in the losses and challenge of the current times, we are not alone. In naming the losses, we celebrate and remember the presence of the one who is always faithful. Jen and I would like to invite you to use the chat for a moment. And if you are on the phone and would like to share something aloud and not able to type it, please take a moment and offer what these or one of these communities of faith have offered us during their lifetime. And we will be reading some of these responses out loud for those who are on the phone. We could list the congregations again. Jen mentioned them in the prayer, but it was the Berthier Congregation of Humboldt Pastoral Charge, Borden Pastoral Charge, Fillmore Grace United Church Congregation of the Prairie Points Pastoral Charge, Gravelburg St. Stephen's Congregation of the Gravelburg Pastoral Charge, Manor Knox United Pastoral Charge, Nokomis Congregation of the Lanigan Nokomis Pastoral Charge, and Redverse Knox United Lutheran Pastoral Charge Shared Ministry.
Deb Anderson Pratt
Deb.
offers that Cote First Nation is no longer a part of the United Church. Berthier United Church has for many years offered authentic faith, hospitality, and goodness to all who have been part of that faith community or have sojourned among them. I remember and celebrate my sisters, brothers, and relatives in Christ of Nokomis. Nokomis United was part of my supervised ministry education site and helped nurture me on my journey towards ministry leadership. I think of the blanket they gave me when I finished ministry there, our Christmas family time messy church that had 10% of Nokomis in our church, hearing the stories of Jesus together with crafts and cookies. Dale Wiggins of Fillmore was also past president of Saskatchewan Conference. I was only in the Nokomis United building once, but I was struck by the beauty of the light pouring in through the glorious color of the stained glass windows. I am sure that many, many people over the years knew the beauty and glory of God through those lovingly crafted pieces of art. Valerie Barnes says, I did some pastoral care with Redbirds and Manors and found some wonderful people. And as we lift up and hold these communities of faith and all that they have meant to us, we pray together. Holy One, walk with us as we pray and lament. Walk with us as we celebrate and give thanks for the gifts and ministry of these places and of these communities. Amen. In addition to the loss of communities and spaces, we honor the lives of loved ones within our region. We give thanks for the faithful service and the ways in which their lives express love and compassion for a hurting world. We celebrate many varied ministries, gifts, and skills. We celebrate personal relationships and hold memories that strengthen and encourage. These individuals have been witnesses to God's faithfulness. We offer this PowerPoint as a moment to remember their witness, to give thanks, and to celebrate their lives. And there's a lot of amazing ministry held up in a very short period of time and in a number of lives. And so as you watch this video, we invite you to not feel that you need to read all of it, but to notice the words that jump out for you and allow the breadth of their faithfulness and the ministries that they were a part of to inspire you.
Rise up and sing this blessing to God's name.
May their spirits continue to inspire others and encourage all of us to live our faith deeply and fully in service to the Creator and the world. Amen.
Called by earth and sky, promise of hope held high. This is our sacred living trust, treasure of life sanctified. Called by earth and sky, precious these waters, endless seas, deep ocean stream, waters of healing, rivers of rain, the wash of love again. Called by earth and sky, promise of hope held high. This is our sacred living trust, treasure of life sanctified. Called by earth and sky, precious this gift, the air we breathe, wind born and free, breath of the Spirit blow through this place, our gathering and our grace. Called by earth and sky, promise of hope held high. This is our sacred living trust, treasure of life sanctified. Called by earth and sky, precious these mountains, ancient sands, vast fragile land, seeds of our awakening, rooted and strong, creation's faithful song. Called by earth and sky, promise of hope held high. This is our sacred living trust, treasure of life sanctified. Called by earth and sky, called by earth and sky.
So just a few moments of reflection on our scripture and our themes today. There is a fine line between offering hope and trying to jolly ourselves or others without wanting to feel the hard emotions. And we've probably all been aware of this tension at times of tragedy around the world or in our own communities, during this pandemic experience, or when we face losses such as people and communities that we love. But biblical tradition and creation itself often remind us that we can experience the joy and abundance of God's love even in difficult times. The message of Isaiah 55 is written to and for a people who are in exile and have been for generations, people in despair. And yet, here in this passage is a message of abundant life being possible, of joy and of promise, of new beginnings. Creator was offering all of this to their people then and even now. These promises of our Creator are also visible for many of us in nature and in our choices of how to live in this world. Can we choose, as we were invited by the words of Brooke Medicine Eagle, to walk, sleep, to talk, to sing, and to dream in beauty? And yes, even when the singers make an accidental key change and are not perfect? Do we pay attention to the wisdom of Creator and her creatures all around us, each moment? Do we listen to what the land itself teaches? Like the connection of the drumbeat with Earth's own heart, our planet offers layers of love and life and death, soil and sky, diversity, seasons, and wisdom. And as the late Ojibwe writer Richard Wagamese puts it, this great island tucked against the bowl of space is home. As the elders of many traditions teach us, the earth itself is medicine for our healing. The very trees shall clap their hands. The rain and snow give seed to the sower and bread to the eater. Jesus the Christ walked this very same soil, drank of the same waters. And this is another way that we are reminded that we are one. That as we sang in one of our hymns just a moment ago, that we are holy ground and that we are not alone. Mary Oliver, a favorite poet, says about trees that they give her such hints of gladness. I would almost say that they save me, and daily. So let's take a few moments now to experience the medicine of the earth through the art and beauty of photography, to see a little bit. And for those on the phone, you'll be hearing a little bit of creation. To see and to celebrate and to hear just a wee bit of the abundance of life that Creator has given to our amazing region that we have been so blessed to call home.
We have remembered communities of faith, spaces, and people who've been important in our region. And even with all these endings, we are invited into new relationships, into new places, and into new ministries. And the scripture that we heard before reminds us again, for as the rain and the snow come down from heaven and do not return there until they have watered the earth, making it bring forth and sprout, giving seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goes out from my mouth. It shall not return to me empty, but it shall accomplish that which I purpose, and succeed in the thing for which I sent it.
We covenant with each other, knowing that there is still purpose and call in our lives. We renew our faith in the holy presence, and we recommit ourselves to living, working, and serving with each other across this region as United Church people and communities of faith. As life and ministry change, we know that God is with us and that we are not alone. In our covenanting, we open ourselves to the possibilities that are placed before us, knowing that the Spirit continues to be at work in us and in others.
God being our helper, Living Skies Regional Council now makes a covenant of mutual commitment, accountability, and support with communities of faith whose completed covenants have been received and approved by the Regional Council Executive since November.
In the eastern parts of our region, we covenant with these United Church communities of faith and pastoral charges. Bridging Waters Pastoral Charge, Four Town Pastoral Charge, Kelrose Pastoral Charge, Norquay Pastoral Charge, Rocanville United Pastoral Charge, Star City Pastoral Charge.
Turning to the south, we covenant with these United Church communities of faith and pastoral charges. Crossroads United Pastoral Charge, La Flèche Limerick Pastoral Charge, Moose Jaw St. Andrews, Ogama Bengoff Pangman Pastoral Charge, Regina East Side, Regina Wesley, Southie Pastoral Charge, Swift Current First United, Wolseley, St. James.
Moving to look west, we are covenanting with these United Church communities of faith and pastoral charges. Bigger Pastoral Charge, Coteau Hills Pastoral Charge, Meadow Lake, Grace, Outlook, St. Andrews, Rosetown Pastoral Charge.
When we face north, we covenant with Big River Pastoral Charge, Prince Albert Calvary, Northern Lakes Pastoral Charge, Canistino St. Andrews.
In the middle parts of our regional council, we covenant with United Church pastoral charges and communities of faith in Davidson Girvan Pastoral Charge, Delisle Vanscoy United Church, Dundurn Hanley Pastoral Charge, Humboldt Pastoral Charge, Quill Plains Pastoral Charge, Saskatoon Mayfair, Saskatoon St. Paul's, Saskatoon St. David's Trinity, Saskatoon St. Martin's.
In each community of faith and in Living Skies Regional Council, we will seek to live into the call of Jesus into community. We understand this will mean that this covenant will change and grow with the Spirit. Communities of faith and regional councils share in the ministry of the Holy One in mutual commitment, accountability, and support as part of the United Church of Canada. A covenantal relationship, intentionally and willingly entered into by parties, is an important symbol of the commitment. The covenantal relationship always includes the Holy One's guidance and uniting power.
On behalf of Living Skies Regional Council, I affirm that we, the people of the Regional Council, covenant with you, the people of these covenanting communities of faith, to be in ministry together and to fulfill the responsibility of a regional council as outlined in the manual of the United Church of Canada. In our covenant with you, the Regional Council makes these additional commitments: provide support, advice, and services in human resource matters, and in dealing with congregational property, manage regional archives, provide ongoing leadership training for ministry personnel and lay people, provide funding partnerships with United Church educational and leadership training centers and camps as determined by the Regional Council, enable access to specialized technical and professional services from the staff of the denominational council if such services are beyond the knowledge of the Regional Council staff, ensure that sources of funds are widely known throughout the Regional Council, ensure ongoing communication between the Regional Council and communities of faith regarding events and opportunities, and encourage the development and ongoing activities of local clusters of communities of faith and networks that lift up different aspects of the life of the United Church.
Will you, the people of a covenanting community of faith, now commit yourselves anew to being a community of faith within the United Church of Canada in Living Skies Regional Council? If so, please respond while remaining muted. We will, God being our helper. Will you, the people of covenanting communities of faith, covenant with Living Skies Regional Council of the United Church of Canada to be in ministry together and to fulfill the responsibilities of a community of faith as outlined in the manual of the United Church of Canada and as expressed in the written covenant approved by your governing body and accepted by the Regional Council? If so, please respond, we will, God being our helper.
Thank you to the folks from a couple of other sort of last minute, but very helpful voices, the executive and the community support committee. So in this time together, this past few moments this afternoon, we have come from remembering, from grieving, from lamenting, and from celebrating. As we enter a new year of ministry, possibly a whole new world, we leave this time holding many possibilities, hopes, and dreams for the future. For the next few moments, you are welcome to share your hopes and dreams of the future in the United Church, in our region or beyond, in the chat box while you sing along, muted of course, or listen. And may these words that invite us to go out with joy, may these be our blessing, our benediction, and our prayer. Amen.
You shall go out with joy and be led forth with peace. The mountains and the hills will break forth before you. There'll be shouts of joy, and all the trees of the field will clap their hands. And all the trees of the field will clap their hands. The trees of the field will clap their hands. The trees of the field will clap their hands. fields will clap their hands. And all the trees of the fields will clap their hands. The trees of the fields will clap their hands. The trees of the fields will clap their hands as you go out with joy.
Thank you, Shelley and Jen, for that that opportunity to worship together this last time. I just want to, before we move into Shannon giving gratitudes, I want to say one thing that we hadn't done before, and is to honor Bonnie Morton and Peter Gilmer in recognizing that they received honorary doctorates from St. Andrew's College this season in honor of the amazing advocacy work they do on behalf of this province and this region. So we give great thanks and celebrate that honor. Shannon, it's your turn.
Thanks, Tricia.
You're welcome.
Julie's going to put up a slide. I do want to thank everyone who's been part of this service to make this meeting, to make this possible. All the people who were involved in little ways or big ways, they all contribute. Particularly want to thank Tricia Gerhardt for stepping in so ably, and at the very last minute, my friends, she stepped up, and we realized one of the downfalls of having a short-lived regional council is we don't have a lot of past presidents to go to, and Annette Taylor is on sabbatical. So Tricia stepped up gratefully. So we are very grateful for that, Tricia. Thank you.
It was my honor. Thank you.
Rob Reed for being part of the planning committee, Daryl, Hohen, Bonnie Morton, thank you so much. All of the videos that Hohen created for us, he's posted them on Facebook. They will be on the website. You'll be able to find them. If you can't find them, send Julie an email and she'll get them to you. All of the people in the background, Don Kindop sharing the videos, the worship planners, the worship. It's not easy creating online worship, but people are showing so many gifts and skills with that. And so we want to thank all the people who are part of the worships. Alan Hall for being here from General Counsel, even though I think he was sitting outside in the sunshine most of the time. And all of the staff and gremlins, as we call them, the tech gremlins who make this happen. All of your Living Skies staff, and then there's a few that sneak in from the other regional councils. So particularly Kathy Jackson, who stepped in from Northern Spirit Regional Council. So it's always a big group effort on these things. And lastly, we want to thank the group at Westminster United Church who put together our regional council worship for tomorrow. So please seek out that streaming service, and we want to thank everyone. So yay, it's almost over. I ran out of M&Ms, so it must be time.
It must be time. It is time. Friends, I get to have the last word, which is always fun. And not only do I get to have the last word, I have the last words that everybody wants to hear. But before we do, I just want to express gratitude to all of you for being here. 170 odd people have, not odd, you're not odd, 70 people. We're an odd mixture of people anyways, but you've all gathered here together to spend these days doing the work of the church. And that is an amazing gift. And I wish it was something we could share with the entire region in all of our communities of faith. So may you go from this time of meeting refreshed and renewed and eager to not only serve God, but serve each other. Live with compassion, take moments to to be grateful, breathe deeply of the fresh air, and listen to the bird call. And remember that in each of those things and in each of us lives the God spark that motivates us and encourages us to be the hands, feet, and heart of God in the world. So with that, friends, I declare that this meeting is adjourned until the next gathering of Living Skies Regional Council. Go in peace.